Find your inner citadel. Instant calm with practical Stoic secrets. Chapter 1. The Modern Battlefield. Why We've Lost Our Calm. Does the morning alarm feel less like a gentle nudge and more like a battle cry? Before your feet even hit the floor, does a tidal wave of thoughts crash over you? The overflowing inbox, the looming deadlines, the endless scroll of news updates painting a world perpetually on edge. The subtle or not so subtle pressure to be more, do more, achieve more? You're not alone. Take a deep breath, if you can find the space for one, and feel that subtle thrum beneath your skin. It might be a low hum of anxiety, a tightness in your chest, a racing mind that refuses to quiet down, even in the dead of night. It's the background static of modern life, a constant, gnawing sense that we're running, always running, but never quite arriving. We live in an age of unprecedented connection and technological marvel, yet many of us feel more disconnected, more scattered, and more fundamentally unsettled than ever before. Welcome to the modern battlefield. It's not a landscape of trenches and barbed wire, but one of flashing screens, relentless notifications, and an invisible, pervasive pressure that lays siege to our peace of mind. The attacks aren't physical, but they leave real wounds: burnout, anxiety, chronic stress, a feeling of being overwhelmed by the sheer volume and velocity of it all. Think about it. From the moment we wake, we're bombarded. Our phones buzz with news alerts, often grim, always urgent. Social media feeds present curated highlight reels of other people's lives, subtly whispering inadequacy into our ears. Emails pile up, each demanding a piece of our attention, our energy. Work expectations bleed into personal time, blurring the lines until life feels like one long, continuous shift. We're expected to be responsive 24/7, always available, always on. The noise isn't just external, it's internal too. The pressure to optimize every aspect of our lives, our careers, our bodies, our parenting, even our leisure time, creates a relentless inner critic. We compare ourselves constantly, not just to our neighbors, but to idealized versions of humanity presented online. We chase elusive goals, often set by external standards rather than our own inner compass, leaving us feeling perpetually behind, never quite good enough. Add to this the larger anxieties swirling around us: economic uncertainty, environmental concerns, political division, the sheer pace of technological change that can feel both exhilarating and terrifying. It's like trying to stand steady on a ship tossed in a relentless storm. Is it any wonder we feel frayed, stretched thin, like we're juggling far too many fragile glass balls, and the slightest tremor will send them all crashing down? This constant state of low-grade or sometimes high-grade alert takes its toll. It exhausts our mental resources, compromises our physical health, strains our relationships, and perhaps most tragically, robs us of the simple joy of being present in our own lives. We find ourselves snapping at loved ones over minor things, struggling to focus on tasks that once came easily, feeling a persistent sense of dread or unease without quite knowing why. The world keeps spinning faster, demanding more, and we feel lost, adrift, vulnerable. Many of us try to cope, of course. We seek refuge where we can find it. Maybe it's binge-watching the latest streaming series, hoping to numb the mind for a few hours. Perhaps it's retail therapy, the temporary high of a new purchase, masking a deeper unease. Maybe it's doom scrolling through news feeds, mistaking the consumption of information for control. We might throw ourselves into frantic activity, scheduling every minute, believing that if we just stay busy enough, the anxiety won't catch up. Or we might pursue wellness trends with the same frantic energy, aggressive workout regimens, restrictive diets, elaborate self-care routines that somehow become just another source of pressure. These strategies might offer fleeting moments of distraction or relief. They might patch the leaks temporarily, but they don't fix the underlying problem, do they? The noise eventually seeps back in. The anxiety resurfaces, sometimes stronger than before. These coping mechanisms are often like trying to bail out a sinking boat with a teaspoon. They address the symptoms, perhaps, but they don't reinforce the hull. They don't teach us how to navigate the storm itself. Obviously, you should not be offense or people with people and things that are not be offensive. Do not pick a fight with people or any other time, place, trying to be a conduit, because they don't reinforce the hull around you. The noise rises up. They don't build anything lasting within us. And that's the crucial point. The relentless siege we feel isn't just about the external pressures, the noise, the demands. It's also about the state of our inner defenses. In the face of this modern battlefield, many of us find our internal resources depleted, our resilience worn thin. We haven't been taught how to cultivate inner strength, how to manage our reactions, how to find a place of calm within ourselves that isn't dependent on the chaos outside quieting down, because let's face it, it rarely does. We feel besieged because internally we are unprepared for the battle. We lack a sanctuary. Imagine, for a moment, something different. Imagine possessing a fortress within you, an inner citadel. Picture thick, unbreachable stone walls, standing firm, regardless of the weather raging outside. Imagine a quiet courtyard within those walls, a place of stillness and clarity where you can retreat, assess, and respond with wisdom, not panic. This isn't a physical place, but a state of mind, an internal stronghold built from resilience, perspective, and intentional calm. This inner citadel is a space within your own consciousness where the noise of the world fades, where external events lose their power to hijack your emotions, where you remain grounded even when the earth seems to shake beneath you. It's a source of strength that you build, brick by brick, through conscious practice. It's the capacity to observe the chaos without being consumed by it, to face challenges with courage and grace, to maintain your equilibrium no matter what the world throws your way. Building this citadel doesn't mean the storms won't come. It doesn't mean the battlefield disappears. Life will continue to present challenges, frustrations, and sorrows. The difference lies in your ability to withstand them. Instead of being swept away by every gust of wind, you stand firm, anchored by your inner fortitude. Instead of reacting impulsively out of fear or anger, you respond thoughtfully from a place of centered calm. Does this sound like an impossible dream? Like some esoteric fantasy reserved for monks meditating on mountaintops? It's not. The tools and techniques for building this inner citadel are accessible, practical, and have been tested for over 2,000 years. They come from a school of ancient wisdom, Stoicism, born in a world just as tumultuous in its own way as ours. These aren't dusty philosophical relics. They are powerful, actionable strategies for navigating the complexities of human existence with greater peace and resilience. This book is your guide to finding and fortifying your own inner citadel. It's an invitation to step off the battlefield, not by changing the world, but by changing your relationship to it. It's a journey towards discovering an unshakable sense of calm that resides within you, waiting to be uncovered. The siege is real, the noise is loud, but you don't have to remain vulnerable. You can build your refuge. You can find your strength. You can reclaim your calm. Let's begin laying the first stones. Chapter 2: Whispers from Antiquity. What is Stoicism and what it's not? So, we stand on the edge of this modern battlefield, feeling the tremors, hearing the noise, perhaps feeling exposed and weary. We've acknowledged the need for something more than fleeting distractions, the deep human yearning for a place of inner safety, that inner citadel we spoke of. You might be thinking, okay, I feel the need, I see the appeal, but how? Where do I even begin to find the blueprints, the tools, the materials to build such a thing? The answer, perhaps surprisingly, doesn't lie in the latest self-help trend or a complex new psychological theory. Instead, it comes to us as a whisper across centuries, carried on the winds of time from ancient Greece and Rome. It's a philosophy, yes, but don't let that word intimidate you. Think of it less as a dusty academic subject and more as a practical, time-tested operating system for the human mind, designed specifically for resilience, clarity, and calm. Especially when life feels overwhelming. This system is called Stoicism. Its origins are rooted not in comfortable contemplation, but in profound adversity. Imagine a wealthy merchant named Zeno, sailing across the Mediterranean around 300 BC. His ship, laden with valuable cargo, his entire fortune, is caught in a violent storm and sinks. Zeno washes ashore in Athens, penniless, having lost everything he owned in a single, brutal stroke of fate. Devastating, right? most of us would be crushed, lost in despair or bitterness. But Zeno, stranded in this bustling center of philosophy, began to explore. He encountered the teachings of various thinkers, searching for wisdom on how to live well, how to endure hardship, how to find meaning beyond the unpredictable tides of fortune. He eventually formulated his own philosophy, teaching not in a grand academy, but outdoors under a public colonnade in Athens, known as the Stoa Poikile, or painted porch. That's where the name Stoicism comes from. Right from its inception, Stoicism wasn't about abstract theories. It was about practical answers, forged in the crucible of loss, focused on how to live a good, resilient life, regardless of external circumstances. Zeno famously remarked after his shipwreck, "Fortune bids me practice philosophy with fewer encumbrances." He didn't see his loss as an end, but as a redirection toward what truly mattered. This practical, life-focused approach attracted people from all walks of life, and its wisdom echoed through the centuries, shaped and shared by some truly remarkable individuals who didn't just preach it, but lived it, often under extraordinary pressure. Think of Epictetus, born a slave in the Roman Empire, likely physically disabled due to harsh treatment. He endured conditions most of us can barely fathom. Yet, he somehow gained his freedom and became one of the most influential Stoic teachers. His focus was laser-sharp. Understand what is truly yours to control, your thoughts, your judgments, your choices, and accept everything else with equanimity. Can you imagine the inner strength required to cultivate peace while living under the constant threat of a master's whim? Epictetus embodies the Stoic ideal that your inner freedom cannot be taken away, no matter your external chains. His teachings, recorded by his student Arrian in the Discourses and the Enchiridion, or Handbook, are direct, bracing, and incredibly practical guides to building that inner citadel. Then there was Seneca, a man who experienced the other extreme of Roman life. He was vastly wealthy, a celebrated playwright, a powerful statesman, and tutor to the infamous Emperor Nero. He navigated the treacherous currents of imperial politics, faced exile, and ultimately was ordered by Nero to take his own life, which he did with remarkable composure, according to historical accounts. Seneca's writings, letters, and essays brimming with wisdom explore how to manage anger, grief, and fear, how to make the best use of our limited time, a concept he called the shortness of life, and how to find tranquility amidst both luxury and danger. He showed that Stoicism isn't just for enduring hardship, but also for navigating success and power without losing oneself. And perhaps most famously, there was Marcus Aurelius. Imagine the weight on his shoulders, emperor of the vast Roman Empire, during a period racked by near constant warfare on the frontiers, internal political strife, and even a devastating plague that swept through the land. How does one maintain sanity, let alone govern justly, under such relentless pressure? Marcus turned to Stoicism. His meditations, which were likely his private journal, never intended for publication, offer an intimate glimpse into the mind of a leader grappling with immense responsibility, frustration, and his own mortality. We see him reminding himself over and over of Stoic principles: to act virtuously, to accept what he cannot change, to see events objectively, to remember his duty to others. He wasn't writing about philosophy. He was using philosophy, moment by moment, to keep his inner citadel strong while the world outside raged. These figures, the slave, the statesman, the emperor, show us that Stoicism isn't confined to a particular social class or type of life. It's a universal toolkit for navigating the shared human experience of challenge, change, and the search for meaning. Now, hearing about Stoicism, especially in our modern culture, might conjure up a specific image. Perhaps you picture someone stern, unfeeling, suppressing all their emotions, like a Vulcan from Star Trek. The stereotypical stiff upper lip. If someone tells you to be stoic about bad news, they usually mean don't show any emotion, just suck it up. Let's be very clear. This common understanding is a fundamental misrepresentation of true Stoicism. Stoicism is not about becoming an emotionless robot. It's not about crushing your feelings into non-existence or pretending you don't experience joy, sadness, fear, or love. The ancient Stoics were fully human. They experienced the entire spectrum of human emotion. What they argued against was being enslaved by irrational or destructive emotions: panic, rage, consuming envy, paralyzing fear, debilitating grief. Their goal wasn't emotional suppression, but emotional understanding and regulation. They believed our reason gives us the unique ability to examine our emotions, understand their root causes, often flawed judgments about events, and decide whether they are helpful or harmful. It's about recognizing that while we might not control the initial feeling that arises, like a flash of anger or a pang of fear, we absolutely can control our response to that feeling. We can choose not to fuel the fire of rage, not to let fear dictate our actions, not to drown in sorrow. The aim isn't a cold, empty numbness. The ultimate goal in Stoicism is often described as eudaimonia, a Greek term that translates poorly but essentially means human flourishing, living a life of excellence and fulfillment, being the best version of yourself. And a key component of this is apatheia. This is another word, often mistranslated as apathy. It doesn't mean not caring. It means tranquility, equanimity, a state of being undisturbed by the things outside your control. It's the calm clarity of your inner citadel, not the absence of feeling, but the absence of turmoil. The Stoics even spoke of positive emotions, eupatheiai, like rational joy, goodwill towards others, and a clear-sighted sense of caution, as opposed to irrational fear. Think of it like this. A skilled sailor navigating a fierce storm isn't emotionless. They likely feel adrenaline, concern, perhaps even fear. But they aren't paralyzed by panic. They use their training, their focus, and their reason to steer the ship effectively. Their emotions inform them, but don't overwhelm them. Similarly, a surgeon performing a delicate operation needs intense focus and calm precision, not emotional turmoil to succeed. Stoicism aims to cultivate that kind of focused, rational, and effective calm within us, allowing us to navigate life's storms without capsizing. It's about transforming destructive emotions into constructive responses. So, what is the core promise of Stoicism then? It's the promise of inner peace, not contingent on a perfect life or a world free from trouble, but forged within you. It's the promise of resilience, the ability to bend without breaking when faced with adversity, to get back up after being knocked down, perhaps even stronger than before. It's the promise of clarity, the ability to see situations objectively, make rational decisions, and live in accordance with your values. It's the promise that you can build an inner fortress, your citadel, that protects your well-being from the unpredictable chaos of the external world. And perhaps this is why these ancient whispers resonate so powerfully today. In a world that feels increasingly out of control, where external validation is constantly sought, and where peace often seems like a luxury commodity, Stoicism offers a radical counterproposal. The source of your tranquility and strength lies within you, in the realm of your own thoughts and choices. It provides an anchor in turbulent seas, a compass when we feel lost. It addresses the timeless human challenges of dealing with loss, frustration, difficult people, and our own mortality with wisdom that feels startlingly relevant. This isn't about adopting a rigid dogma or becoming someone you're not. It's about learning practical techniques and shifting your perspective in ways that empower you to access the calm, resilient core that already exists within you. It's a journey of self-discovery and fortification. The blueprint for your inner citadel has survived for millennia. In the chapters that follow, we'll begin to unroll it, examining the core principles and practical tools you need to start building stone by stone. Chapter 3: The Architect's Plan, Core Tenets of Stoic Resilience. In the last chapter, we heard the whispers from antiquity, the promise carried by Stoicism, the possibility of finding calm and strength within ourselves, regardless of the storms raging outside. We met some of the remarkable individuals who lived this philosophy and clarified that it's not about becoming emotionless, but about cultivating a resilient, rational, and undisturbed mind. That inner citadel. You might be feeling a flicker of hope, a sense of possibility, but hope needs a foundation, and possibility needs a plan. So, how do we actually build this inner fortress? What are the fundamental principles, the load-bearing walls, the essential design elements that give the citadel its strength? If Stoicism is the operating system for a resilient mind, what are its core lines of code? This chapter unveils the architect's plan, the foundational tenets upon which all the practical Stoic tools and techniques rest. Understanding these core ideas is crucial, not as an academic exercise, but because they provide the why behind the how. They are the bedrock upon which your fortress will stand. Living in accordance with nature, finding your place. One of the most central and perhaps initially confusing ideas in Stoicism is the call to live in accordance with nature. When you first hear this, You might picture someone abandoning modern life to live off-grid in the wilderness. While appreciating the natural world is certainly compatible with Stoicism, that's not quite what the Stoics meant. For them, nature had a richer, twofold meaning. First, it refers to our own human nature, what makes us distinctly human. Unlike plants that simply grow or animals driven primarily by instinct, humans possess a unique, powerful capacity: reason. We can think logically, reflect on our experiences, make complex judgments, understand abstract concepts like justice and fairness, and consciously choose our actions. We are also inherently social creatures. We live in communities, form bonds, rely on each other, and have a natural inclination towards cooperation, even if it doesn't always feel that way. So, living according to our nature means embracing and cultivating these defining human characteristics. It means using our reason to guide our lives, rather than being swept away by fleeting emotions, base instincts, or societal pressures. It means recognizing our interconnectedness and acting in ways that are beneficial not just to ourselves, but to the human community, acting with fairness, kindness, and a sense of shared humanity. When we act against this rational and social nature, when we let irrational anger control us, when we act selfishly or unjustly, when we neglect our capacity for clear thought, we are, in a sense, acting unnaturally for a human being. And this, the Stoics argued, is a primary source of inner turmoil. Think of it like a specific type of plant. For that plant to flourish, it needs to live according to its nature. It needs the right amount of sunlight, water, and the proper soil. If you try to grow a sun-loving flower in a dark closet, it won't thrive. Similarly, for a human being to truly flourish, eudaimonia, we need to live in accordance with our nature, guided by reason and contributing positively to our social world. The second layer of living according to nature involves understanding and accepting the nature of the cosmos, the universe itself. The Stoics viewed the universe not as random chaos, but as an interconnected, ordered, and rational system, sometimes referred to as logos or providence, but you can think of it simply as the way things are, or the grand scheme of reality. This cosmic nature encompasses everything, including the events that happen to us, both pleasant and unpleasant. Living in accordance with this nature means recognizing that much of what happens in the world, and specifically much of what happens to us, is outside our direct control. It means accepting the inherent unpredictability of life, the reality of change, loss, and hardship as part of this larger natural order. Fighting against reality, wishing things were different, raging against misfortune, demanding that the universe conform to our personal desires, is like trying to swim against a powerful current. It's exhausting, futile, and inevitably leads to suffering. Instead, the Stoic approach is to understand this current and work with it. It's about accepting what we cannot change with equanimity, recognizing our small but significant place within the vastness of the cosmos, and focusing our energy where it actually makes a difference, on our own thoughts and actions. It's not passive resignation. It's an active, clear-eyed acceptance of reality that frees us from unnecessary struggle. Like a skilled musician who creates beautiful music by understanding the nature of their instrument and the laws of harmony, we create a harmonious inner life by understanding our own nature and the nature of the reality we inhabit. Reason, your inner architect and commander, woven intrinsically into the idea of living according to nature, is the paramount importance of reason. If our capacity for reason is what defines our human nature, then cultivating and using it effectively is the key to building our inner citadel. Reason is the architect drawing the plans, the commander directing our inner forces, the clear lens through which we view the world. In the Stoic sense, reason isn't just about cold logic or intellectual prowess. It's our faculty for understanding, for judgment, for discerning truth from falsehood, and crucially, for differentiating between what is truly good, what is bad, and what is indifferent. It's the tool that allows us to examine our initial impressions, those gut reactions and automatic thoughts, before we assent to them. Remember the modern battlefield described in Chapter 1? The constant barrage of stimuli, the emotional triggers, the anxieties? Reason is our shield and our guide through this chaos. When faced with an upsetting event, our initial reaction might be anger, fear, or despair. Reason allows us to step back, pause, and ask, what truly happened here? Is my interpretation accurate? Is this situation actually harmful to my inner self, or just inconvenient? Is this within my control? What is the most rational and virtuous way to respond? Without engaging our reason, we are simply puppets pulled by the strings of external events and internal impulses. We react emotionally, often making situations worse or causing ourselves unnecessary pain. Reason allows us to cut those strings, to regain our agency, and to choose our responses deliberately. It empowers us to navigate challenges with wisdom and maintain our inner calm, even when external circumstances are turbulent. It's the governor on the engine of our emotions, ensuring they serve us rather than overwhelm us. Virtue, the only true good, the unshakable foundation. This is perhaps one of the most radical and liberating ideas in Stoicism. In a world obsessed with external markers of success, wealth, status, health, pleasure, reputation, the Stoics made a bold claim. None of these things are truly good or bad in themselves. They are merely indifference. Now, this doesn't mean they didn't care about these things. They categorized them as preferred indifference, like health, prosperity, friends, or dispreferred indifference, like sickness, poverty, pain. It's generally better to be healthy than sick, wealthy than poor. But, and this is the crucial distinction, these external things have no bearing on our fundamental worth as human beings, or our ability to live a truly good, flourishing life, eudaimonia. Why? Because they are largely outside our direct control. Fortune can change in an instant, as Zeno discovered. health can fail. Reputations can be unfairly tarnished. Basing our happiness and sense of self-worth on things so fickle and unreliable is setting ourselves up for inevitable disappointment and anxiety. So, what is truly good according to the Stoics? Only one thing: virtue. Virtue refers to excellence of character expressed through our actions and choices. It's about acting in accordance with reason and our social nature. The Stoics traditionally identified four cardinal virtues. 1. Wisdom, the ability to see things clearly, understand what is truly good, bad, and indifferent, and make sound judgments. 2. Justice, treating others fairly, with kindness, and recognizing our shared humanity and social duties. 3. Courage, facing challenges, pain or danger, physical or moral, with resilience and integrity, doing the right thing even when it's difficult. 4. Temperance, or moderation, exercising self-control, managing desires and appetites, maintaining balance, and avoiding excess. These virtues, unlike external circumstances, are entirely within our control. No matter what happens to us, whether we face illness, loss, betrayal, or hardship, we always have the choice to respond with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. Our ability to act virtuously cannot be taken away by external forces. This is profoundly liberating. It means our happiness, our sense of fulfillment, our goodness is not dependent on winning the lottery, getting the promotion, or having everyone like us. It depends solely on the quality of our own character and choices, something we cultivate internally. Virtue becomes the unshakable foundation of the inner citadel, the bedrock that remains firm even when the earth trembles. Our focus shifts from desperately trying to control externals to diligently cultivating our inner character. The integrated plan. These core tenets, living according to nature, human and cosmic, the primacy of reason, and virtue as the sole good, are not separate pillars, but interconnected parts of a coherent architectural plan. We use our reason, our essential human nature, to understand the nature of the cosmos, accepting what we can't control, and to guide our choices towards virtue, the only true good which is within our control. This integrated understanding forms the framework for a resilient and tranquil mind. It teaches us where to focus our energy, our inner world of choices and judgments, and where to practice acceptance, the external world of events. These ideas might seem abstract at first glance, but they are the essential why behind the practical Stoic techniques we will explore. They provide the context, the purpose, and the power for tools like the dichotomy of control, negative visualization, and objective examination of impressions. Without understanding this foundation, the techniques can feel like mere mental tricks. With this foundation, they become powerful expressions of a coherent and life-affirming philosophy. We now have the architect's plan in hand. We understand the core design principles for our inner citadel. Align with reality, let reason guide you, and build upon the unshakable foundation of virtue. With this blueprint understood, we are ready to pick up the first most essential tool for construction. In the next chapter, we will delve deep into the practical application of the most powerful Stoic principle derived from this plan, the master key to unlocking your inner peace, the dichotomy of control. Chapter 4. The single most important tool, the dichotomy of control. We've explored the architect's plan, the fundamental Stoic principles that provide the blueprint for our inner citadel, living in harmony with the nature of reality and our own rational social selves, letting reason be our guide, and anchoring ourselves to the unshakable foundation of virtue. These principles give us the why, the understanding needed to build a resilient inner life. Now, it's time to pick up the first, most essential, most powerful tool for the actual construction. This isn't just a tool. Many consider it the tool, the master key that unlocks the door to tranquility and resilience. This profound yet startlingly simple concept was most forcefully articulated by Epictetus, the former slave we met earlier, who knew better than most the difference between external constraints and inner freedom. Imagine him, perhaps addressing his students, cutting straight to the heart of the matter with bracing clarity. His core message, the bedrock of his teaching and the foundation stone of our practical work, can be summarized in one powerful sentence. Some things are up to us, and some things are not up to us. That's it. Simple, isn't it? Almost deceptively so. Yet within this straightforward distinction lies the secret to navigating the chaos of the modern battlefield, the key to building the impenetrable walls of your inner citadel. Understanding, internalizing, and consistently applying this dichotomy of control is arguably the single most impactful step you can take towards reclaiming your calm and building lasting resilience. Let's break it down, the vast realm of what is not up to us. First, let's be unflinchingly honest about the vast territory that lies completely outside our direct control. This is the realm of externals, the things the Stoics urged us to accept with equanimity, because struggling against them is futile and guarantees frustration. What belongs in this category? Pretty much everything outside our own minds, our bodies. While we can influence our health through diet and exercise, actions that are up to us, our fundamental genetics, our susceptibility to illness, the process of aging, accidents, and ultimately our mortality are not under our command. How others perceive our physical appearance is also firmly in their court, not ours. Other people. This is a big one. What other people think, say, feel, or do is entirely up to them, whether they like us, agree with us, approve of our choices, keep their promises, act kindly, or treat us fairly. None of it is within our control. We can influence, perhaps, but we cannot command their inner world or their actions. Our reputation. Closely linked to the above, our reputation is simply the collection of other people's opinions about us. Since their opinions aren't up to us, neither is our reputation. We can act virtuously, which is up to us, but how others interpret or gossip about those actions is beyond our control. External events, the weather forecast, the state of the economy, political elections, natural disasters, traffic jams, global pandemics, whether your flight is delayed, whether your favorite team wins. These are all outcomes of complex systems far beyond our individual command. Possessions and wealth. We can work to acquire things, but possessions can be lost, stolen, broken, or rendered obsolete. Fortunes can vanish overnight, as Zeno learned. These are external attachments, inherently insecure. The outcomes of our efforts. We control the effort we put in, the diligence, the preparation, the intention. We do not control the specific result. You can study hard, but not guarantee an A+. You can practice diligently, but not guarantee you win the competition. You can present your case eloquently, but not guarantee the client accepts. The past, it's done, finished, immutable. Worrying about it, regretting it excessively, wishing it were different, these are exercises in futility. The future. While our present actions shape it, the vast majority of future events remain uncertain and beyond our direct manipulation. Take a moment and let that list sink in. It covers almost everything we typically worry about, fret over, get angry about, or become anxious anticipating. We spend so much of our precious mental and emotional energy trying to wrestle these external factors into submission, trying to force reality to conform to our desires. And what's the result? Stress, frustration, disappointment, anger, anxiety, despair. It's like standing on the shore, demanding the tide not come in. It's exhausting, pointless, and it makes us miserable. This struggle against the uncontrollable is a primary source of the disturbance that breaches our inner peace. The small, powerful kingdom of what is up to us now. Let's turn to the other side of the dichotomy. If all those things are not up to us, what is? Epictetus is equally clear here. The realm truly within our control, our sovereign domain, is our inner world. Our judgments, how we choose to interpret events. Is this situation a catastrophe or an opportunity to practice resilience? Is this person's comment an insult or simply their opinion, which isn't up to us? Our interpretation is the filter through which reality reaches our consciousness, and that filter is ours to shape. Our opinions and beliefs, what we hold to be true, what we value. Do we believe virtue is the highest good, or do we chase fleeting external validation? We choose our guiding principles, our intentions and motivations, the why behind our actions. Are we acting out of kindness, duty, and reason, or out of fear, greed, or anger? We choose our driving force, our desires and aversions, what we actively seek and what we actively try to avoid. The Stoics urge us to desire only what's truly up to us, like acting virtuously, and be averse only to what hinders our virtue, like acting out of vice. We can choose to align our desires with reality, our assent to impressions, whether we agree with our initial gut reactions or automatic thoughts. A thought might pop into our head, "This is terrible," but whether we accept that thought as truth and let it dictate our mood is up to us. Our actions, the choices we make, the words we speak, the things we do or refrain from doing in response to any given situation. How we behave is our responsibility. Our character, ultimately, the sum total of our choices, judgments, and actions, shapes who we are. Cultivating our character is the most critical task within our control. This list might seem shorter than the first, but don't underestimate its power. This is where 100% of our control lies. This is our kingdom. Within these boundaries, we are sovereign. External events might buffet us, other people might act poorly, fortune might fluctuate, but how we choose to interpret, respond, and act remains firmly in our hands. This is the territory of our inner citadel, the ground upon which we can build an unshakable sense of peace and freedom. The liberating power of seeing the line, internalizing this distinction, isn't just an intellectual exercise, it's profoundly liberating. When you truly grasp and start applying the dichotomy of control, several transformative things begin to happen. Energy is redirected. You stop wasting precious energy trying to control the uncontrollable. That energy can now be channeled productively into what you can control, improving your judgments, clarifying your values, acting virtuously. Anxiety shrinks. So much anxiety stems from worrying about things outside our control. Recognizing this is not up to me allows you to consciously release that worry. You still might prefer a certain outcome, but your peace of mind is no longer hostage to it. Frustration and anger diminish. Anger often arises when reality doesn't meet our expectations, especially regarding other people's behavior. Accepting that their actions aren't up to you diffuses the anger. You can still address problematic behavior, but you do so from a place of calm reason, not reactive rage. Resilience grows by grounding your well-being in your inner state, your choices, judgments, character, rather than fluctuating external circumstances. You become less fragile, less easily knocked off balance by life's inevitable challenges. Your citadel walls thicken. Think of an archer. She focuses intently on her stance, her grip, her breathing, the tension in the bowstring, the moment of release. Everything that is up to her. She cannot control a sudden gust of wind, a movement of the target, or whether a bird flies across the path. A wise archer accepts these external factors and pours all her concentration into perfecting her own actions. Similarly, a ship's captain cannot control the storm, the waves, or the wind. His focus is entirely on steering the ship, adjusting the sails, managing the crew, the things within his control, to navigate the storm safely. The dichotomy of control teaches us to be that wise archer, that skilled captain in the sea of life. Putting the master key to use. Practical exercises. Understanding the concept is the first step. Consistently applying it is where the magic happens. Here are some practical ways to integrate the dichotomy of control into your daily life. 1. The daily divide. Start or end your day with a brief reflection. Take any worries, anxieties, or upcoming challenges, and mentally or physically in a journal, sort them into 2 columns: up to me and not up to me. For everything in the not up to me column, practice acknowledging it and consciously letting go of the need to control it. For everything in the up to me column, focus your intention on how you can respond with virtue, wisdom, justice, courage, temperance. 2. The in-the-moment check-in. When you feel yourself getting upset, anxious, or frustrated during the day, pause. Take a breath. Ask yourself, what specifically is disturbing me right now? Is the root cause of this disturbance something that is up to me or not up to me? If it's not up to you, someone else's rudeness, a traffic jam, bad news, remind yourself, this is external. This is not mine to control. My peace depends on my response, not on this event. Practice acceptance. If it's up to you, example, your harsh judgment of the situation, your choice to procrastinate, your unkind reaction, ask, what is the most rational and virtuous way to handle my part of this? Focus on your chosen response. 3. Strategic reframing. Practice consciously rephrasing upsetting situations using the dichotomy. Instead of thinking, my colleague ruined the presentation, focusing on something not up to you, try, my colleague delivered their part differently than expected, not up to me. My judgment that this is a ruin and my feeling of frustration are up to me. How can I respond constructively and virtuously now, up to me? This shifts the focus from blame to personal responsibility and action. 4. Visualize your citadel. When feeling overwhelmed by external events or worries, visualize them as things happening outside the strong walls of your inner citadel. See them for what they are, external, separate from your core self. Then, turn your focus inside the walls to the things you command, your judgments, choices, and actions. Reinforce the feeling of safety and control within that inner space. Navigating the gray areas. Life isn't always black and white, and applying the dichotomy takes practice. Sometimes things seem like gray areas. For instance, can you influence someone else's opinion? Yes, through reasoned argument. Your action, up to you. Can you guarantee they'll change their mind? No. Their assent, not up to you. The key is always to focus your efforts and emotional investment on your part of the equation. Do your best, act virtuously, and accept the outcome. It's also crucial to remember that accepting things not up to us doesn't mean apathy. You can still prefer health over sickness, success over failure. You can still work to improve situations or help others. The difference is where your peace resides. It resides in your virtuous effort, not in achieving the preferred external outcome. The foundation stone, the dichotomy of control, is simple, but not easy. It requires constant vigilance, honest self-assessment, and consistent practice. But it is, without doubt, the foundation stone upon which a resilient and tranquil inner citadel is built. By learning to distinguish clearly between what you can control and what you cannot, and by focusing your energy exclusively on the former, you reclaim your power, reduce your suffering, and unlock the door to lasting inner peace. Master this tool, make it a reflex, and you will have taken the single most significant step towards finding your calm amidst the chaos. Chapter 5. Guarding the Gates, Understanding and Filtering Impressions. In the last chapter, we grasped the master key, the dichotomy of control. We drew a clear line in the sand, separating the vast territory of things not up to us from the small but powerful kingdom that is our judgments, intentions, choices, and actions. This distinction is the bedrock, the foundation stone upon which we build our inner citadel. Knowing where our true power lies is liberating, but how do we exercise that power effectively, moment by moment, amidst the noise and pressure of daily life? The answer lies in understanding how the outside world actually impacts our inner state. External events, in themselves, don't automatically cause us distress. A traffic jam isn't inherently stressful. A critical comment isn't inherently hurtful. An uncertain future isn't inherently anxiety-provoking. So why do they feel that way? The impact happens through a crucial, often unconscious process involving what the Stoics called fantasiae, impressions. And learning to manage this process is like becoming a vigilant gatekeeper for your mind, deciding what gets allowed into your inner citadel and what remains outside the walls. What exactly are impressions? Think of impressions as the raw data feeds constantly streaming into your consciousness. They are the initial flicker of awareness, the first perception or thought that arises in response to something happening, either externally or internally. They are the messages delivered to the gates of your mind. Examples are everywhere. You see a notification pop up on your phone? You hear a car horn honk aggressively behind you. You feel a sudden pang of physical pain. You remember an embarrassing moment from years ago. You notice someone frowning in your direction during a meeting. You read a headline about economic downturn. You think, I have so much to do today. These initial impressions are, in their raw form, just information. They are like telegrams arriving at your doorstep. Raining outside. Loud noise occurred. Body sensation detected. Memory activated. Facial expression observed. News item received. Task list exists. On their own, these raw data points are neutral. They don't inherently carry positive or negative value. The danger zone, adding judgment and granting assent. Here's where things get tricky and where our inner peace often gets compromised. We rarely stop at just receiving the raw impression. Almost instantaneously, often without even realizing it, we add a second layer, a judgment, hypolepsis. This judgment is our interpretation, our evaluation, our story about the impression. It's where we label the raw data as good, bad, terrible, unfair, dangerous, or wonderful. Let's revisit those examples. Impression. Notification pops up. Judgment added. Oh no, probably bad news or another demand I can't handle. Impression. Horn honks aggressively. Judgment added. That idiot. How dare they disrespect me like that? This is infuriating. Impression. Physical pain felt. Judgment added, "This is awful. I can't stand this. What if it's serious?" Impression, frowning face observed. Judgment added, "They must disapprove of me or think I'm incompetent. This is humiliating." Impression, thought, "I have so much to do." Judgment added, "It's completely overwhelming. I'll never get it all done. I'm going to fail." See the difference? The initial impression was just data. The added judgment injects meaning, evaluation, and often emotion. Now, the crucial step, the one that determines whether this whole package breaches the walls of your inner citadel, is what the Stoics called assent, synkatethesis. Assent means agreeing with, accepting, or buying into the combined impression plus judgment package as true and important. When you assent to the judgment, "This is terrible," or "This is unfair," or "I can't handle this," that's when the emotional disturbance, the anger, anxiety, despair, frustration takes root. You've essentially opened the gates and allowed the potentially disruptive thought to enter and set up camp within your citadel. The disturbance doesn't come from the rain, the horn, the frown, or the task list itself. It comes from your judgment about these things and your agreement with that judgment. Imagine receiving that telegram. Raining outside. If you simply note it as information, "Okay, it's raining. I might need an umbrella." There's no disturbance. But if you add the judgment, "Rainy days are miserable and ruin everything," and then assent to that judgment, believing it wholeheartedly, you've just manufactured your own unhappiness about the weather, something entirely outside your control. Becoming the gatekeeper, the discipline of assent. Recognizing this process is the first step towards reclaiming control. The core Stoic practice here is to become that vigilant gatekeeper of your mind. It's about cultivating the discipline of assent, learning to pause, examine, and consciously choose whether or not to agree with the judgments automatically tacked onto your impressions, especially those that trigger strong negative emotions. Epictetus gave powerful, direct advice on this. He urged his students not to be passively swept away by the initial force of an impression, especially but troubling one. Instead, he advised them to challenge it directly. Practice, then, from the very beginning, to say to every harsh impression, "You are an impression, and not at all the thing you appear to be." Then examine it and test it by these rules you have. And firstly and chiefly by this, whether it concerns the things which are up to us or those which are not. And if it concerns anything not up to us, be ready to say, "It is nothing to me." Think about how radical that is. Instead of immediately reacting, you stop the impression at the gate. You address it. "Hold on, let me look at you. Are you just raw data, or are you carrying a judgment? Is this judgment accurate? Does it concern something I actually control? Is believing this helpful or harmful to my peace of mind?" You become an active examiner, not a passive recipient. Practical tools for guarding your gates. This sounds great in theory, but how do you actually do it when emotions are running high or thoughts are racing? Like any skill, it takes conscious practice. Here are some techniques derived from Stoic teachings. 1. Master the pause. This is foundational. When you feel a strong emotional reaction beginning, anger flaring, anxiety rising, frustration building, consciously insert a pause before you speak or act. Even a second or two can make a difference. Breathe deeply. This creates the mental space needed to examine the impression instead of being carried away by it. 2. Describe objectively. Try to mentally, or even verbally, under your breath, describe the situation or event in the most neutral, factual terms possible, like a detached reporter. Strip away the emotional language and value judgments. Instead of, my boss totally attacked me in that meeting, try, my boss stated X, Y, and Z about my report during the meeting. Instead of, this traffic is a nightmare, my day is ruined. Try, there are many cars moving slowly on this road. My arrival time will likely be later than planned. This practice helps separate the raw impression from the often inflammatory judgment you've added. 3. Test the impression, Epictetus's method. Actively question the impression plus judgment package. Is this really true? Challenge the accuracy of your judgment. Is it really a catastrophe or just an inconvenience? Did they really mean to insult me, or could there be another explanation? Is this based on fact or just my interpretation, fear, assumption? Does this concern something up to me or not up to me? The dichotomy of control test. If it's not up to you, like someone else's opinion or behavior, firmly tell yourself, this is nothing to me, or this is external, not mine. Is assenting to this judgment helpful? Does it align with reason and virtue? Will believing this is overwhelming help you tackle the tasks, or just paralyze you? Will fueling anger help you resolve the conflict constructively? 4. Challenge automatic negative thoughts, ANTs. We all have habitual negative judgments that pop up in certain situations. Identify your common ants, e.g., I'm not good enough. This always happens to me. People are always critical. When you notice one arising with an impression, consciously challenge it using the testing questions above. Is it really true? Is it helpful? Is it based on fact? 5. Verbalize the gatekeeper role. Sometimes, simply saying Epictetus's phrase or your own version internally can be powerful. Wait a minute, impression. Let me examine you. Or, you are just a thought, not necessarily reality. This reinforces your role as the conscious chooser, the gatekeeper deciding what gets in. The prize. Freedom from inner turmoil. Why go to all this trouble? Because mastering the discipline of assent is the direct path to inner peace, or apatheia. When you stop automatically agreeing with every negative, fear-based, or anger-inducing judgment that attaches itself to an impression, you starve those disturbances of their power. You realize that external events only gain the power to upset you when you grant them entry through your assent to negative judgments. By becoming a skillful gatekeeper, you strengthen the walls of your inner citadel immensely. Fewer disturbances get through. You remain calmer, clearer, and more centered, even when the world outside is chaotic. You are trying to control the world. You are mastering your response to the world by managing the crucial link between impression and assent. This is where your true freedom lies, not in changing the events, but in choosing your interpretation and agreement. This practice isn't about achieving perfection overnight. It's a lifelong discipline, like strengthening a muscle. There will be times you react automatically, times the gatekeeper nods off. Be patient with yourself. The key is consistent effort, bringing awareness again and again to this critical junction point between the world and your mind. Each time you successfully pause, examine, and choose not to assent to a harmful judgment, you reinforce your inner citadel and reclaim a piece of your peace. Keep practicing. Your tranquility depends on it. Chapter 6. Seeing Clearly, Stripping Away Judgment. In the last chapter, we stood at the gates of our mind, learning to act as vigilant gatekeepers. We practiced pausing, examining the impressions streaming towards us, and consciously deciding whether or not to grant assent, whether to agree with the often automatic judgments layered onto raw experience. This discipline of assent is crucial for preventing unnecessary disturbances from breaching our inner citadel. But simply stopping harmful judgments at the gate is only part of the process. To truly cultivate deep-seated calm and resilience, we need to refine our very way of seeing. We need to learn how to perceive the world around us and the events within us with greater clarity, stripping away the distorting lenses of subjective judgment that so often color our reality. Think about it. How often do we truly see things as they are? More often than not, we view life through what we might call judgment-colored glasses. These lenses are ground from our personal histories, our fears, our desires, our cultural conditioning, our biases, and our moods. They tint everything we perceive. A challenging project isn't just a series of tasks. It's seen through a lens of potential failure and becomes overwhelming. A critical comment isn't just words. It's viewed through a lens of insecurity and becomes a personal attack. A messy house isn't just objects out of place. It's filtered through a lens of perfectionism and becomes a disaster or proof of inadequacy. These judgments often fuse themselves to the event so quickly and seamlessly that we don't even recognize them as separate layers. We mistake our interpretation of reality for reality itself. We think the project is inherently overwhelming. The comment is inherently attacking. The mess is inherently disastrous. And as we learned in the previous chapter, it's precisely these added judgments, these labels of good, bad, terrible, unbearable, that are the primary fuel for our emotional turmoil. Our judgment-colored glasses don't just distort our vision, they actively generate suffering. The Stoic ideal, in contrast, is to strive for objective representation. It's the practice of seeing things plainly, as they are, separating the raw facts of the situation from the subjective story we weave around them. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor we met earlier, constantly reminded himself in his private journal to do this, to strip the thing bare, to break it down into its constituent parts, to see it without the embellishments of opinion or emotion. This isn't about becoming cold, robotic, or indifferent in the sense of not caring. It's about achieving clarity. It's about removing the fog of subjective judgment so we can see the actual landscape more accurately. Why? Because seeing clearly allows us to respond more rationally, more effectively, and with far less unnecessary emotional distress. When you see a situation objectively, you're less likely to be hijacked by panic, anger, or despair. You can assess the facts, understand what's truly within your control. Remember Chapter 4, and choose a virtuous and constructive course of action, as we'll explore more soon. Imagine a scientist meticulously observing data before drawing conclusions, or a scout reporting the enemy's position and numbers without adding their personal fears about the upcoming battle. Objective perception gives us that kind of clear-sightedness, allowing us to navigate life's challenges with greater wisdom and composure. It helps us keep the inner citadel calm and well defended, because we stop importing external events laced with our own toxic judgments. How to clean your glasses. Techniques for stripping away judgment. Cultivating objective perception is an active skill, a mental muscle that needs regular exercise. Here are some powerful techniques inspired by Stoic practices to help you clean your glasses and see the world more clearly. Number 1. Physicalize the description, Marcus Aurelius's method. This might sound strange at first, but it's incredibly effective for deflating the exaggerated value or threat we often project onto things. Marcus practiced breaking down seemingly complex or emotionally charged things into their simple, objective, physical components. He famously reminded himself that a luxurious dish is just the dead body of a fish, bird, or pig. Fine wine is merely fermented grape juice. A purple royal robe is just sheep's wool stained with the blood of shellfish. Sexual intercourse is nothing more than internal rubbing accompanied by a spasmodic ejection of mucus. Morbid? Perhaps a little. But the purpose isn't to be cynical. It's to strip away the added layers of desire, status, fear, or importance that our minds attach to these things. It brings them back down to earth, back to neutral reality. How can we apply this today? That dream job with the intimidating title, it's fundamentally a series of tasks, interactions with specific people, and exchanging time for money. That terrifying public presentation, it's standing in a room, vibrating your vocal cords to make sounds, while other people listen or don't. That insulting email that made your blood boil, it's pixels arranged on a screen to form specific words, sent by someone whose opinions are not up to you. An overwhelming project? It's a sequence of smaller, definable actions. Making a phone call, writing a paragraph, analyzing a data set. Practice this. When something feels overly desirable, frightening, or infuriating, mentally dissect it into its neutral, physical parts or sequential actions. This often dissolves the emotional charge attached to it. Number 2, employ neutral language. Our words shape our reality. Consciously choose neutral, descriptive language instead of loaded, emotional terms. This builds directly on the describe objectively technique from Chapter 5, but focuses specifically on word choice. Instead of, "This is a disaster," try, "This is an unexpected event." Instead of, "I completely failed," try, "The outcome was different from my intention." Instead of, "This pain is unbearable," try, "I am experiencing significant physical discomfort." Instead of, "He's such a jerk," try, "He acted in a way I found disagreeable." Instead of, "This situation is hopeless," try, "I am currently unclear on the path forward." Pay attention to the adjectives and nouns you use. Are they factual descriptions or emotionally charged labels? Choosing more neutral words literally changes how you perceive and experience the situation. Number 3, separate fact from story. This is a powerful cognitive technique. When you feel disturbed by something, explicitly separate the objective facts from the narrative you've constructed around them. Fact: what actually happened? What could a video camera have recorded? For example, my request for a raise was denied. Story: what interpretation, meaning, or prediction am I adding? For example, this means my boss doesn't value me. I'll never get ahead here. My career is stalled. This is unfair. I'm a failure. Often, just seeing the story written down separately from the facts reveals how much extra baggage and assumption we've added. Ask yourself, is this story the only possible interpretation of the facts? Is this story helpful? Is it entirely true? Number 4, question your labels. We constantly apply labels to people, difficult, lazy, brilliant, to situations, impossible, perfect, boring, and to ourselves, incompetent, unlucky, smart. These labels often act as cognitive shortcuts that prevent us from seeing the nuances of reality. Practice noticing the labels you use. Challenge them. Is this label always true? Is it based on objective evidence or just a feeling or a limited set of observations? What evidence contradicts this label? What might be a more accurate, less judgmental description? For example, is your colleague truly lazy, or did they miss one deadline due to circumstances you don't fully understand? Is this task really impossible, or does it just require a different approach or more effort than you initially anticipated? Number 5, focus on actions, not essence. Describe people, including yourself, based on specific, observable actions rather than assumed character traits or inherent qualities. Essence. Instead of, "My partner is inconsiderate," try, "My partner did not call when they said they would." Instead of, "I am disorganized," try, "I did not put away the documents after using them." This keeps the focus on behavior, which can often be discussed or changed, rather than on fixed, judgmental labels about someone's core being. It separates the person from the action. The rewards of seeing clearly. Cultivating this objective way of seeing might feel unnatural at first, like learning a new language, but the rewards are immense. Reduced emotional reactivity. When you strip away the catastrophic judgments, events lose much of their power to trigger intense, negative emotions. You experience fewer highs and lows, maintaining a more stable inner equilibrium. Improved decision-making. Seeing situations clearly without the distortion of fear, anger, or inflated desire allows for more rational analysis and wiser choices. Increased empathy. By reducing your own judgmental overlays, you create more space to understand situations from other people's perspectives. Recognizing their actions might stem from factors you hadn't considered. Greater inner peace. Every time you refrain from adding an unnecessary layer of negative judgment, you protect your tranquility. You stop manufacturing your own suffering. Your inner citadel remains calm because you're not letting distorted perceptions stir up trouble inside. A quick clarification. It's important to understand that seeing clearly doesn't mean denying reality or adopting a Pollyanna attitude. It doesn't mean pretending painful things aren't painful or unjust things aren't unjust in a practical societal sense. A serious diagnosis is still a serious challenge requiring action. Being treated unfairly is still wrong and may require confrontation or seeking justice. The Stoic practice of stripping away judgment is about managing your inner response. It's about differentiating between the external event, the diagnosis, the unfair treatment, and the internal suffering caused by your added judgments. This is the end of the world. My life is over. This proves the universe is against me. It allows you to face the factual reality of the situation with clarity and courage, enabling you to respond more effectively rather than being paralyzed by the catastrophic story you've layered on top. You still address the challenge, but you do so from a place of strength and reason, not from within a self-generated emotional storm. Cleaning the windows. Think of this practice as diligently cleaning the windows of your perception. Over time, they get smudged with the grime of automatic judgments, biases, fears, and desires. Each time you consciously pause, dissect an event into its physical parts, use neutral language, separate fact from story, question labels, or focus on actions, you wipe away some of that grime. The goal is to let the light of reality shine through as clearly as possible, undistorted. This, like guarding the gates of ascent, is an ongoing practice. It requires awareness and consistent effort, but each small act of stripping away judgment strengthens your ability to see clearly, respond wisely, and maintain the serene clarity within your inner citadel. Keep cleaning those windows. Your peace depends on the view. Chapter 7. The True North. Virtue as the Only Good. We've traveled quite a distance on this journey towards building your inner citadel. We started by acknowledging the modern battlefield of stress and distraction, Chapter 1. Then discovered the ancient wisdom of Stoicism as a potential refuge, Chapter 2. We examined the architect's plan, the core tenets of living according to nature and reason, Chapter 3. We grasped the master key, the dichotomy of control, learning to distinguish what is truly ours to manage from the vast realm outside our power, Chapter 4. We stood guard at the gates of our mind, practicing the discipline of examining impressions and choosing our ascent, Chapter 5. And most recently, worked on cleaning the windows of our perception, striving to see reality clearly by stripping away distorting layers of subjective judgment, Chapter 6. Now, we arrive at a crucial juncture. We've cleared the ground, laid the foundation, and learned to see more objectively. We understand the limits of our control and the mechanics of our own minds, But this raises a fundamental question. Within that sphere we do control, our judgments, intentions, choices, actions. How should we navigate? What principles should guide our decisions? When faced with a choice, which direction should we take? We need a reliable guide, an internal compass that consistently points us towards a life well lived, regardless of the external weather. For the Stoics, that unwavering guide, that true north, is virtue. Revisiting what doesn't really matter, the indifference. Before we delve into virtue, let's quickly revisit a radical idea we touched upon earlier, the concept of indifference. Remember? The Stoics argued that things like health, wealth, reputation, social status, pleasure, pain, even life and death itself are technically indifferent when it comes to our fundamental well-being and our ability to live a good life. This probably sounds jarring, maybe even callous, especially in a world that screams the opposite message from every billboard and social media feed. We're constantly told that happiness lies in achieving these external things. The perfect body, the bigger bank account, the corner office, universal approval. But the Stoics looked at this and saw a recipe for perpetual anxiety and disappointment. Why? Because, as we established with the dichotomy of control, these things are largely outside our direct control. Our health can falter despite our best efforts. Fortunes can be lost, reputations unfairly damaged. Other people's opinions are fickle. Basing our inner peace and sense of worth on such unstable foundations is like building a house on shifting sand. So, the Stoics designated these externals as indifferent, not meaning they didn't matter at all. They acknowledge some are preferred, like health and friendship, while others are dispreferred, like sickness and poverty, but meaning they hold no intrinsic moral value. They are neutral in themselves. They don't define our character or guarantee our happiness. Think of them as the props on the stage of life, or the weather during the journey. They provide context, challenges, and opportunities, but they don't determine the quality of the actor's performance or the traveler's resolve. The real measure of a life well lived, the Stoics insisted, lies elsewhere. Virtue, the unshakable inner compass. If external things are indifferent, what then is truly good? What should be the ultimate aim of our choices and actions? The Stoic answer is unequivocal. Virtue, arete in Greek. Virtue isn't about piety or adhering to a rigid set of rules in the way we might think of it today. For the Stoics, virtue meant excellence of character. It meant living at our best as rational, social beings. It meant aligning our actions with reason, fulfilling our natural human potential for wisdom, fairness, courage, and self-mastery. It's about the quality of our inner state, our judgments, intentions, and choices expressed through our actions in the world. Why is virtue considered the sole good? 1. It's entirely within our control. Unlike health, wealth, or reputation, our choice to act virtuously in any given moment belongs entirely to us. External events might limit our options, but they cannot force us to act foolishly, unjustly, cowardly, or intemperately. Our character is forged in the choices we make within the circumstances we face. 2. It's sufficient for a flourishing life. Eudaimonia. The Stoics believed that living virtuously is living well. True happiness and fulfillment don't depend on having perfect external circumstances, but on cultivating an excellent inner character. You can face hardship, loss, or pain and still live a good, meaningful, and even contented life if you respond with virtue. 3. It aligns with our nature. As rational and social beings, acting virtuously is living in accordance with our highest nature. It feels right, fundamentally, because it is the expression of our best selves. Virtue, then, becomes our internal compass, our true north. In any situation, amidst confusion or conflicting desires, the question becomes, what is the wise, just, courageous, and temperate thing to do right now? This compass provides unwavering direction, pointing towards genuine well-being, regardless of the storms raging in the external world. It guides us towards building an inner citadel, not just of calm, but of profound integrity. The four faces of virtue. A deeper look. The Stoics traditionally broke down this overarching concept of virtue into four interconnected cardinal virtues. Let's explore each one, considering how they manifest in the complexities of our modern lives. 1. Wisdom. Sophia phronesis, practical wisdom. This is the foundational virtue, the ability to see clearly and navigate life skillfully. It involves understanding reality, accurately perceiving situations, Chapter 6, understanding what is truly good, virtue, bad, vice, and indifferent, externals, sound judgment, making rational, logical decisions, weighing consequences, and choosing appropriate actions based on clear understanding, knowing how to live, applying principles effectively in complex situations. It's not just abstract knowledge, but practical know-how for living well. Modern examples. Accurately diagnosing the root cause of a conflict before reacting emotionally. Distinguishing between fleeting desires and long-term well-being when making financial decisions. Knowing when constructive feedback is needed versus when silence is wiser. Discerning reliable information from misinformation. Prioritizing your time and energy based on what truly matters according to your values, not just urgency. 2. Justice, dikaiosine. This concerns our interactions with others and our role in the human community. It's about fairness, kindness, integrity, and fulfilling our duties. It involves fairness and equity, treating others as they deserve to be treated, without prejudice or bias, respecting rights and boundaries, honesty and integrity, acting truthfully and honorably in all dealings, keeping promises, goodwill and kindness, having a benevolent attitude towards others, recognizing our shared humanity, even with difficult people, practicing empathy, social duty, fulfilling our roles as parent, child, colleague, citizen, friend, responsibly and contributing positively to the community. Modern examples. Giving honest feedback constructively, refusing to participate in office gossip or unfair criticism, paying fair wages or prices, listening attentively to understand another's perspective, even if you disagree, volunteering time for a cause you believe in, admitting when you're wrong and making amends, ensuring credit is given where it's due, advocating for those treated unfairly. 3. Courage, Andrea, fortitude. This is about facing difficulty with resilience and integrity. It's not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act rightly despite fear or discomfort. It involves endurance, withstanding pain, hardship, or adversity with patience and equanimity. Perseverance, sticking to a virtuous course of action despite obstacles or setbacks. Mental toughness, integrity, doing what is right, even when it's unpopular, difficult, or comes at a personal cost. Standing by your principles. Confidence, rational, trusting in your ability to handle challenges by focusing on your own virtuous response. Modern examples. Having a necessary but uncomfortable conversation with a loved one or colleague. Facing a health challenge with composure and focusing on what you can control. Speaking up against injustice or unethical behavior in your workplace or community. Admitting a mistake publicly and taking responsibility. Setting boundaries even if it disappoints others. Starting a challenging project despite fear of failure. Resisting the urge to take the easy but less honorable path. 4. Temperance, sophrosyne, moderation, self-control. This virtue concerns managing our desires, impulses, and emotions, and avoid harmful excess. It involves self-discipline, controlling impulses and appetites, resisting immediate gratification for long-term well-being. Moderation, finding the appropriate measure in all things, pleasure, possessions, food, drink, speech, emotion, knowing what is enough. Balance, maintaining emotional equilibrium, not being unduly swayed by excessive joy or crippling despair. Calmness, orderliness, bringing discipline to one's thoughts and actions, avoiding chaos and distraction. Modern examples. Resisting the urge to constantly check your phone or social media. Eating and drinking in ways that support your health rather than harm it. Managing anger or frustration without lashing out. Avoiding impulsive spending. Speaking thoughtfully rather than reacting emotionally. Setting realistic limits on work or leisure activities to prevent burnout. Finding contentment with what you have rather than constantly craving more. A symphony of character. It's crucial to see these 4 virtues not as separate compartments, but as facets of a single unified excellence of character. They work together, like instruments in an orchestra, playing a harmonious symphony. True courage needs wisdom to direct it towards worthy ends, and justice to ensure it's not mere recklessness or aggression. Justice requires courage to be enacted, especially when facing opposition. Temperance provides the clear-headedness necessary for wisdom and prevents uncontrolled passions from derailing just or courageous actions. They are interwoven threads in the fabric of a virtuous life. The action is the reward. So, how does this change our approach to daily life? It shifts our focus dramatically. Instead of chasing external outcomes, the promotion, the praise, the perfect vacation, our primary goal becomes acting virtuously in whatever situation we find ourselves. The reward isn't the external result, which is indifferent. The reward is the act itself, the wise judgment, the just action, the courageous stance, the temperate response. This creates an internal scorecard based on our character, not our circumstances. Did I handle that difficult conversation with courage and justice? Did I approach that setback with wisdom and temperance? Did I treat that person fairly? Living this way builds the inner citadel from the inside out. Virtue becomes the law of the land within your fortress, the code of conduct for its commander, your reason, ensuring its strength, integrity, and ultimate resilience. Your unwavering guide. In the unpredictable journey of life, virtue is the true north. It's the fixed point on the compass that you can always rely on, no matter how disorienting the fog or how fierce the storm. When faced with choices big or small, asking, what would wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance have me do, provides unwavering guidance towards your best self and genuine, internally sourced well-being. It's not always the easiest path, but it is the path to a life of meaning, integrity, and unshakable inner peace. Start consulting your compass today. Chapter 8. Reason as your commander, letting logic lead. In the last chapter, we found our true north, the unwavering compass of virtue. We established that aiming for wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance in our thoughts and actions is the sole reliable path to a flourishing life, the only goal truly within our control and sufficient for our well-being. Having this internal compass is essential. It tells us the direction towards our best selves, towards integrity and genuine peace. But a compass, however accurate, is only useful if we know how to read it and have a capable hand to steer the ship accordingly. So, how do we interpret this compass of virtue, especially amidst the fog of complex situations, conflicting emotions, or societal pressures? How do we translate the ideal of virtue into concrete choices and actions in our messy, everyday lives? What faculty within us is responsible for discerning the virtuous path and directing our steps? The Stoic answer is clear: reason. If virtue is the true north, then reason is your skilled navigator and trusted commander. It's the governing faculty of your inner citadel, the command center responsible for understanding the terrain, interpreting the compass, making strategic decisions, and directing all your inner resources towards living well. Enthroning reason, consciously placing it in charge of your inner world, is fundamental to the Stoic path. Your defining superpower, the governing faculty. We touched upon this back in Chapter 3. The unique capacity for reason is what distinguishes us as human beings. But the Stoics saw reason not just as the ability to think logically or solve problems. They viewed it as the hegemonikon, the governing faculty of the soul. It's the CEO of your mind, the part capable of observing, analyzing, judging, choosing, and directing impulses. Think about the alternatives. What rules your inner world when reason isn't in command? Perhaps it's raw emotion, lashing out in anger, retreating in fear, indulging fleeting desires. Perhaps it's ingrained habit, reacting automatically based on past patterns without conscious thought. Perhaps it's external opinion, conforming to societal expectations or seeking validation from others. Perhaps it's mere instinct, seeking pleasure and avoiding pain without deeper consideration. Living under the sway of these forces leaves us feeling reactive, out of control, like a ship tossed about without a rudder. We're vulnerable to external circumstances and internal whims. The Stoic project is essentially about staging a coup within your own mind, overthrowing the often chaotic rule of emotion, habit, and external pressure, and installing reason firmly on the throne as the rightful, benevolent commander. The commander's duties. What reason does making reason your commander isn't about becoming emotionless or overly intellectual. It's about leveraging your highest human faculty to navigate life wisely and effectively. Here are the crucial functions reason performs within the Stoic framework. Understanding nature, cosmic and human. Reason is the tool we use to comprehend the principles we discussed earlier. It helps us grasp the nature of the universe, the interconnectedness of things, the reality of change, and crucially, what lies outside our control, the dichotomy of control. This understanding fosters acceptance and prevents us from wasting energy fighting reality. Reason also helps us understand our own nature, our capacity for rational thought, our inherent social disposition, our potential for virtue. This self-awareness guides us towards living in alignment with our best selves. Discerning virtue, interpreting the compass. Faced with a choice, reason analyzes the situation through the lens of the four virtues. It asks, what is the wise course of action here? What does justice demand in this interaction? What would courage look like in this challenge? What does temperance require regarding my desires or impulses? Reason doesn't just know the virtues, it applies them practically to specific circumstances, helping us translate the ideal into reality. Examining impressions, guarding the gates. As we saw in chapters 5 and 6, reason is the active agent performing the gatekeeper function. It intercepts incoming impressions, separates the raw data from the added judgments, questions assumptions. Is this really true? Tests interpretations against reality. Is this the only way to see this? And applies the dichotomy of control. Is this up to me? Reason is the faculty that allows us to see clearly and choose our assent consciously, preventing harmful judgments from storming the citadel. Managing emotions, calming the inner storm. Destructive emotions, the Stoics believed, typically stem from faulty judgments. Irrational fear arises from judging something indifferent, like public speaking, as truly dangerous or terrible. Anger often comes from judging an external event, like being cut off in traffic, as a personal, unbearable affront. Reason's job is to identify these underlying judgments, scrutinize them for accuracy and rationality, and correct them where necessary. By changing the judgment, public speaking is an opportunity to share, not a life or death threat. That driver's action reflects their state, not my worth, and is ultimately nothing to me. Reason can moderate or even dissolve the resulting negative emotion. This isn't suppression, it's resolution through understanding. Guiding action, directing the will, based on its understanding of nature, its discernment of virtue, and its examination of impressions. Reason ultimately directs our choices and actions. It helps us form intentions aligned with virtue and motivates us to act accordingly within the sphere of our control. It ensures our actions are purposeful, coherent, and aimed at living well, rather than being scattered reactions to fleeting stimuli. Reason isn't just cold, hard logic. Now, it's easy to hear reason and picture a cold, detached, purely analytical machine, perhaps like Star Trek's Mr. Spock, though even he had his moments. This is a common misunderstanding of Stoic reason. While logic and rational analysis are crucial components, Stoic reason is richer and more holistic than that. Remember, reason's job includes understanding our social nature and discerning justice. This means incorporating empathy, the ability to understand, from a rational standpoint, why others might act as they do, often due to their own flawed judgments, even if we don't agree with them. It involves recognizing our interconnectedness and considering the common good in our decisions. It's about wisdom, which blends logic with experience, context, and an understanding of human nature. Think of a truly wise leader. They don't just analyze spreadsheets. They understand troop morale, consider long-term consequences, and communicate effectively. Think of a skilled doctor. They don't just rely on lab results. They consider the patient's overall condition, communicate with compassion, and exercise experienced judgment. Stoic reason is like that. It integrates logical analysis with an understanding of human values, relationships, and the broader context. It's clear-sighted, yes, but also deeply human. Strengthening your inner commander. How to cultivate reason. If reason is the commander, how do we ensure it's strong, capable, and consistently in charge? Like any leadership skill, it requires ongoing training and development. Here are some ways to cultivate your rational faculty. Engage with wisdom, study and reflection. Actively learn about Stoic principles and related philosophies. Reading texts, ancient and modern, like this book, listening to thoughtful discussions, and reflecting on these ideas helps sharpen your rational tools and provides frameworks for understanding. Consider the reasoning of figures like Marcus Aurelius or Epictetus when facing challenges. Practice self-examination. Know thyself. Regularly review your own thoughts, judgments, emotions, and actions. Journaling is an excellent tool for this. We'll explore it more later. Ask yourself, why did I react that way? What judgment was underlying that emotion? Was my response rational and virtuous? Where could I have applied reason more effectively? This honest self-assessment is crucial for identifying weaknesses and strengthening your commander. Actively challenge your assumptions. We all operate on autopilot much of the time, guided by ingrained beliefs and biases. Make a conscious effort to question these automatic patterns. Ask, why do I believe this? Is it based on solid evidence and reason, or just habit or hearsay? Am I seeing this situation clearly, or through a filter of past experience or prejudice? Apply logical scrutiny to your own thinking. Feed reason, clear data, objective perception. Your commander needs accurate intelligence to make good decisions. Practice the techniques from Chapter 6, describing things objectively, using neutral language, separating fact from story. The clearer and less biased the information reason receives, the better its judgments will be. Cultivate mindfulness. Pay attention. Develop the habit of paying attention, prosoche, to your thoughts and feelings as they arise. This awareness creates the crucial space needed for reason to step in before an automatic, emotional, or habitual reaction takes over. Mindfulness allows you to catch impressions at the gate and submit them to rational examination. Reason, the key to inner freedom. Why is strengthening reason so central to Stoicism? Because the Stoics believed that true freedom lies not in external circumstances, but in internal mastery. It's the freedom that comes from being governed by your own rational mind, rather than being enslaved by external events, fleeting passions, or the opinions of others. When reason is firmly in command of your inner citadel, you gain a profound sense of agency. You are no longer just reacting to life. You are consciously choosing your responses based on your deepest values and clearest understanding. You can face adversity without crumbling, navigate complex social interactions with grace, and pursue your goals with purpose and resilience. You become the master of your inner world, and that is the ultimate freedom. Reason is the integrating force, the commander that utilizes the compass of virtue, understands the dichotomy of control, guards the gates against harmful impressions, and directs your actions towards a flourishing life. It's not a magic wand, but a faculty that requires deliberate cultivation. By committing to strengthening your reason, by consciously choosing to let it lead, you equip yourself with the most powerful tool available for building and maintaining an unshakable inner citadel. Let your commander guide you. Chapter 9, Expecting the Storm. Negative Visualization, Premeditatio Malorum. We spent the last few chapters assembling the essential framework for our inner citadel. We've identified virtue as our true north, Chapter 7, and enthroned reason as the clear-sighted commander responsible for guiding us by that compass, Chapter 8. We understand the importance of the dichotomy of control, Chapter 4. The need to guard the gates of our mind against harmful judgments, Chapter 5. And the value of seeing reality objectively, Chapter 6. The blueprint is clear. The commander is ready. But even the strongest fortress needs well-trained defenders, prepared for potential attacks. Just understanding the principles isn't enough. We need practical exercises, mental training regimens that build resilience and prepare us for the inevitable challenges life throws our way. One of the most powerful, though perhaps initially unsettling tools in the Stoic training arsenal is a practice known as premeditatio malorum, literally, the premeditation or contemplation of future evils, or perhaps more gently, expecting the storm. Now hold on. Doesn't that sound morbid, depressing, counterproductive? In our modern culture, often obsessed with relentless positivity, good vibes only, and visualizing success, the idea of deliberately thinking about bad things happening might seem like the exact opposite of what we should be doing for our mental well-being. Why on earth would we want to dwell on potential misfortune, loss, or pain? It's a fair question, and the Stoics had compelling answers. They weren't advocating for pessimism or needless worrying. Far from it. The premeditatio malorum is a strategic, rational exercise designed not to make us miserable, but to make us stronger, calmer, more grateful, and ultimately more resilient when faced with actual adversity. Think of it not as inviting disaster, but as conducting a mental fire drill or receiving an emotional vaccination. Why rehearse misfortune? The unexpected benefits. Let's unpack the surprising psychological advantages of this seemingly counterintuitive practice. Reducing shock, enhancing resilience, the emotional vaccine. Imagine never thinking about the possibility of losing your job and then suddenly being laid off. The shock, panic, and sense of disorientation can be overwhelming. Now, imagine you had occasionally, calmly contemplated that possibility. You might have thought about how you would react, what steps you would take, what inner resources you could draw upon. When the event actually occurs, the shock is lessened. It's still difficult, yes, but it's not entirely unexpected or unrehearsed territory for your mind. You've mentally practiced facing it, which allows your reason, your commander, to engage more quickly, preventing sheer panic from taking over. As Seneca put it, what is quite unlooked for is more crushing in its effect, and unexpectedness adds to the weight of a disaster. By premeditating, we remove the crippling element of surprise, boosting gratitude for the present, combating complacency. How often do we truly appreciate the simple things we have right now? Our health, even if imperfect, the presence of loved ones, a roof over our heads, the ability to see or walk. Often, not much. We suffer from hedonic adaptation. We quickly get used to our circumstances and take them for granted. Negative visualization powerfully counteracts this. By consciously contemplating the loss of these things, imagining life without your health, without a specific loved one, without your current comforts, you feel their value much more acutely in the present. It injects a potent dose of gratitude into everyday life, reminding you not to postpone appreciation until something is gone, clarifying what truly matters, reinforcing virtue. When you contemplate the potential loss of external things, possessions, status, even physical abilities, it forces you to consider what would remain, what is truly yours, untouchable by fortune. your character, your ability to choose your response, your capacity for wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. This practice vividly reinforces the core Stoic teaching that our true good lies not in these vulnerable externals, but in our inner virtue, the strength of our citadel's core structure. Losing externals hurts, but it doesn't have to destroy our capacity to live well. Mental preparation and sometimes practical planning. While the main goal is emotional and philosophical preparation, sometimes contemplating potential difficulties can spark practical insights. Thinking about a potential financial setback might prompt you to start an emergency fund. Considering a health issue might encourage healthier habits. Visualizing a difficult conversation might help you plan how to approach it virtuously. The focus remains on mental readiness, but practical benefits can arise. Rehearsing the dichotomy of control. Negative visualization is an active exercise in applying the dichotomy of control. You are deliberately confronting potential events that are largely not up to you. Illness, accidents, others' actions, economic downturns, and practicing acceptance. Simultaneously, you are focusing on what is up to you, your chosen response, your judgments, your virtuous actions in the face of that imagined adversity. This isn't worrying, it's training. It's absolutely crucial to distinguish premeditatio malorum from its dysfunctional cousins, anxious worrying and catastrophic thinking. Worrying is typically vague. What if something bad happens? Repetitive, emotionally draining, often spirals uncontrollably and focuses on the fear itself, leading to inaction or panic. Catastrophic thinking takes a minor issue and blows it completely out of proportion, jumping to the worst possible conclusion without rational assessment. Premeditatio malorum, in contrast, is deliberate and controlled. You choose when and for how long to do it. Rational, it's guided by reason, aiming for understanding and preparation, not emotional indulgence. Specific, you focus on particular scenarios, not vague anxieties. Action-oriented, internally, the focus is on how you would respond virtuously and what resources you'd use. Purposeful, the goal is increased resilience and gratitude, leading to greater calm, not increased fear. Think of the difference between a soldier panicking under fire versus one who has run drills and mentally rehearsed responses. Negative visualization is the drill, conducted from a place of relative calm to prepare for potential future battles. How to practice expecting the storm safely and effectively. Ready to try this mental training? Here's a practical guide. Schedule it, briefly. Don't let this become constant brooding. Set aside a specific short time, perhaps 5 to 10 minutes during your morning reflection or evening review. Consistency is more important than duration. Start with minor setbacks. Don't jump straight into contemplating major tragedies. Begin with everyday inconveniences or frustrations you might encounter. What if you get stuck in terrible traffic and miss an appointment? What if you make a mistake at work? What if you have a minor disagreement with a friend? Practice applying Stoic principles to these smaller scenarios first. Be specific, not vague. Choose a concrete potential event. Instead of "what if I get sick?" Try what if I get the flu and have to miss work for a week? Instead of what if I lose money, try what if an unexpected expense means I have to cancel my planned vacation. Focus intently on your response. This is the core of the exercise. Once you have the scenario in mind, ask yourself, okay, if this happened, what aspects would be outside my control? Practice acceptance. What aspects of my response would be within my control? Judgments, intentions, actions. How could I strive to respond with wisdom? E.g., seeking accurate information, making rational decisions. How could I respond with justice? E.g., treating others fairly despite my difficulty, fulfilling necessary duties. How could I respond with courage? Facing the situation without panic, enduring discomfort patiently. How could I respond with temperance? E.g., managing fear or frustration, avoiding excessive reactions. What inner strengths could I rely on? What valuable things would still remain in my life, even if this happened? Often, relationships, character, basic necessities, the ability to reason. Contemplate loss to cultivate gratitude. Gently extend the practice to consider the potential loss of things you currently value deeply. Imagine briefly life without your current level of health, without a specific cherished relationship, without a particular skill or possession you enjoy. Don't dwell morbidly, but use this brief contemplation to ignite appreciation for having these things right now. Seneca advised, thinking of loved ones as if they are borrowed from fortune, appreciating them intensely while they are with us, knowing that separation is inevitable. Always return to gratitude. This is essential. After contemplating potential difficulties or losses, consciously bring your mind back to the present moment. Acknowledge that the visualized misfortune has not happened. Actively appreciate the things you identified as valuable that you do possess right now. Feel gratitude for your health, your relationships, your abilities, the simple fact of being alive today. End the exercise on this positive, appreciative note. Examples in practice scenario. Potential job loss. Visualize receiving the news. Acknowledge the external event, not up to you. Focus on your response. Avoid immediate panic. Temperance. Assess the situation rationally. Wisdom. Update resume. Network. Manage finances. Courage. Wisdom. Treat former colleagues respectfully. Justice. Remind yourself your worth isn't tied to your job title. Virtue as sole good. End by appreciating your current skills, relationships, and ability to seek new opportunities. Scenario: getting sick. Imagine developing a significant illness. Acknowledge the diagnosis. External. Focus on response. Seek good medical advice. Wisdom. Follow treatment plans diligently. Courage, temperance. Be patient with discomfort. Courage. Treat caregivers kindly. Justice. Find ways to be productive or connect with others despite limitations. Virtue. End by appreciating any level of health you currently have, the support systems available, and your inner capacity to endure. Strategic pessimism for optimistic living. Premeditatio malorum might seem like strategic pessimism, and in a way it is. But paradoxically, this regular, controlled contemplation of the negative leads to a more robust, resilient, and appreciative form of optimism. It's an optimism grounded not in wishful thinking or the denial of reality, but in the quiet confidence that comes from knowing you have mentally prepared for the storms, and that your true well-being resides safely within the walls of your inner citadel, anchored by virtue and guided by reason. Don't fear the drill. Embrace it as essential training for a calmer, stronger, more grateful life. Chapter 10: The Pause Button, Responding versus Reacting. In the last chapter, we explored the practice of premeditatio malorum, or negative visualization, a powerful way to mentally prepare for life's potential storms before they arrive. By contemplating difficulties in advance, we build resilience, cultivate gratitude, and lessen the shock when adversity strikes. It's like reinforcing the walls and training the defenders of our inner citadel during peacetime. But life doesn't always announce its challenges politely in advance. More often, we face sudden squalls, unexpected triggers that surge up in the middle of an ordinary day. A harsh email lands in your inbox. Someone cuts you off abruptly in traffic. A loved one says something hurtful. You receive disappointing news. Technology glitches out at a critical moment. In these instances, there's often no time for calm premeditation. The storm is here, now, and the immediate impulse is often to react. This chapter is about mastering the crucial difference between reacting impulsively and responding thoughtfully. It's about discovering your internal pause button, perhaps the single most important first aid technique for preventing emotional hijacking and maintaining command of your inner citadel when you feel triggered. The destructive nature of knee-jerk reactions. We all know what reacting feels like. It's that knee-jerk response, often fueled by a flash of anger, fear, frustration, or insecurity. It's snapping back with a sarcastic retort when criticized. It's laying on the horn and yelling obscenities when someone merges poorly. It's firing off an angry email without thinking through the consequences. It's immediately believing and spiraling into despair over a negative thought. I'm such an idiot. It's making impulsive decisions, driven by panic. I have to fix this right now. Or desire. I have to buy this right now. Why do we do this? Part of it is biological. Our ancient fight-or-flight response can kick in, flooding our system with adrenaline and short-circuiting rational thought. Part of it is habit. We may have ingrained patterns of reacting in certain ways over years. And a huge part, as we explored in Chapter 5, is the result of unexamined judgments firing automatically. We instantly judge the situation as threatening, unfair, or unbearable, and our reaction follows suit without conscious intervention. The consequences of living in reactive mode are significant and often destructive. Impulsive words damage relationships. Rash decisions lead to regret. Constant emotional volatility increases stress and harms our physical health. We feel out of control, tossed about by external events and our own internal storms. Perhaps worst of all, when we react automatically, our actions are often completely misaligned with our own values, with the virtue we aspire to. We might value kindness, but snap angrily. We might value reason, but make fear-based choices. Reacting undermines the integrity of our inner citadel and hands control over to external triggers and fleeting emotions. The empowering choice, thoughtful response. Now contrast this with responding. Responding isn't about suppressing emotion or being passive. It's about consciously choosing our words and actions based on our reason and our commitment to virtue, even when faced with a difficult stimulus. It involves taking a moment, however brief, to process the situation, consult our inner compass, and decide on the most constructive and principled way forward. Consider the difference. Reaction. Automatic, impulsive, driven by emotion/habit. Often violates values, feels out of control. Response. Deliberate, chosen, guided by reason, virtue, aligns with values, feels empowering. Responding is where our true power lies. Remember the dichotomy of control? The external event, the other person's words, the initial feeling that arises. These are largely outside our direct control. But our response, how we interpret the situation, the intention we form, the action we take, is within our control. Choosing to respond thoughtfully rather than react blindly is the ultimate expression of our inner freedom and the core practice of commanding our inner citadel, finding the space, your internal pause button. How do we bridge the gap between that triggering stimulus and a thoughtful response? How do we stop the runaway train of reaction? We need to create space. There's a sentiment often attributed in various forms to psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl. Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. Whether he said those exact words or not, the wisdom is profound. That space, that tiny gap between the trigger and our action, is everything. It's the moment where we can shift from being a puppet of circumstance to being the conscious author of our actions. The pause button is simply the act of consciously creating and inhabiting that space. It's hitting pause on the remote control of your mind the moment you feel triggered. It's slamming on the mental emergency brake before you careen into a reactive outburst. It's creating a buffer zone, a moment of stillness around your inner citadel, allowing you to assess the situation before lowering the drawbridge to action. This pause might last 10 seconds, or 5, or even just the duration of a single deep breath, but its impact can be transformative. Why hitting pause changes everything. This simple act of pausing, of creating space, works wonders for several reasons. It breaks the chain reaction. Reaction is often an automatic sequence: stimulus, negative judgment, emotional surge, impulsive action. The pause interrupts this chain, preventing the automatic progression. It allows emotional regulation. Intense emotions like anger or fear can temporarily hijack our rational brain. The prefrontal cortex gets overridden by the more primitive amygdala. Pausing allows the initial physiological surge to subside slightly, giving the rational brain a chance to come back online. It creates time for reason to engage. That crucial space is when your commander, reason, can actually do its job. In that pause, you can examine the impression, What actually happened here? Chapter 5. Strip away judgment. Am I seeing this objectively or adding a negative story? Chapter 6. Apply the dichotomy of control. What part of this is up to me and what isn't? Chapter 4. Consult your compass. What would wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance suggest here? Chapter 7. It enables conscious choice. By interrupting the automatic reaction and engaging reason, the pause empowers you to choose a response that aligns with your values and goals, rather than defaulting to a potentially damaging habit. Practical ways to hit your pause button. Knowing you should pause is one thing. Actually doing it in the heat of the moment is another. It takes practice to make this a reflex. Here are several concrete techniques you can experiment with. The power breath. This is the simplest and most universally accessible tool. The instant you feel triggered, stop and take 1, 2, or 3 slow, deep breaths. Inhale deeply through your nose. Exhale slowly through your mouth. Focus entirely on the physical sensation of the breath entering and leaving your body. This simple act oxygenates the brain, calms the nervous system, and creates that vital space. The silent count. Before uttering a word or taking an action, silently count to 5 or 10 or whatever number feels necessary. This creates a brief delay, allowing the initial intensity to fade slightly and giving reason a chance to catch up. Strategic disengagement. When possible, if the situation allows, create physical distance. Excuse yourself from the room for a moment. Put down the phone. Close the email draft you were about to send. Walk around the block. Physical separation often creates mental separation, making it easier to regain composure and perspective. Use a mental mantra. Have a short phrase ready to deploy internally when you feel triggered. Examples: pause. Respond, don't react. Is this up to me? Breathe. Easy does it. What would virtue reason do? Repeating this phrase can anchor your attention and remind you of your intention to respond thoughtfully. Delay the response, especially in writing. For non-urgent situations, especially emails or texts, commit to never responding immediately when upset. Draft it if you must, but save it. Revisit it hours later or even the next day when you are calmer and can review it with reason, firmly in command. This prevents countless regrettable communications. For verbal situations, you can say, "That's an interesting point. Let me think about that and get back to you." Or, "I need a moment to process that before I respond." Visualize the space. Actively imagine that gap Frankel spoke of. Picture the triggering event on one side and your potential reactions on the other. See yourself consciously stepping into the space between them, taking a breath, observing, and then deliberately choosing your path forward. Pausing in action. Common scenarios. Criticism. Instead of instantly defending yourself or lashing out, reacting, pause, breathe, ask, is there truth here? Wisdom. How can I respond constructively? Justice, temperance. Is their opinion up to me? DOC. Choose to listen, ask clarifying questions, or calmly state your perspective. Responding. How can I respond constructively? Is your opinion up to me? Is their opinion up to me? DOC. Choose to listen, ask clarifying questions, or calmly state your perspective. Responding. Ideally, it's a very delicate discussion. You invite me to encourage a connection. I lask it back to you. Learn from your friends and reflect on it together. This entire family welcomes and invites you into a cozy traffic jam. Instead of fuming and honking, reacting, pause, breathe, ask, is raging helping? Wisdom, is this traffic up to me? Doc, can I use this time differently? Listen to a podcast. Practice gratitude for being safe. Choose acceptance and calm. Responding. Disagreement. Instead of interrupting and escalating, reacting, pause, breathe. Listen fully to the other person. Justice. Ask, what is their perspective? Wisdom. How can I express my view respectfully? Temperance. Choose to seek understanding and find common ground. Responding. And patience and practice. Learning to pause consistently, especially when strong emotions are involved, is a skill. It takes dedicated practice. You will slip up. You will react sometimes. That's okay. The key is not perfection, but persistence. When you do react impulsively, notice it without harsh self-judgment. Reflect later. What triggered me? Why did I fail to pause? What could I try differently next time? Each attempt, even imperfect ones, strengthens the pause muscle. Start practicing in low-stakes situations and gradually apply it to more challenging ones. The pause button is your gateway. It's the essential first step that allows all the other Stoic tools, reason, virtue, objective perception, the dichotomy of control, to be brought online when they are needed most desperately. It is the fundamental act of reclaiming your agency, the difference between being a passenger tossed about by life's waves and being the calm, deliberate captain steering your own ship. Master the pause, and you master the entrance to your inner citadel. Practice creating that space. Your peace resides within it. Chapter 11. The Cosmic Zoom Out, the View from Above. In the last chapter, we practiced hitting the internal pause button, creating that crucial space between a trigger and our response, allowing reason and virtue to step in before impulsive reactions take over. This is an essential skill for managing the sudden squalls, the immediate emotional surges that buffet us daily. It helps us maintain control in the heat of the moment. But what about those times when we feel generally overwhelmed, when our personal problems seem immense and all-consuming, when we get caught up in our own importance, our ambitions, our anxieties, losing sight of the bigger picture? For these moments, the Stoics offer another profound perspective-shifting technique, taking the view from above. It's like mentally launching yourself into orbit and then far beyond to gaze back upon human affairs from a vast, cosmic distance. This practice, often associated with Plato, but embraced wholeheartedly by Stoics like Marcus Aurelius, is a powerful antidote to the tunnel vision that often accompanies stress, ego or intense focus on our immediate concerns. It's a mental zoom out designed to recalibrate our perspective, diminish the perceived weight of our troubles, and reconnect us with a broader reality. Imagine it. You begin to mentally float upwards, leaving behind the room you're in, rising above your building, your street, your neighborhood. You see your town or city spread out below, intricate and busy, like a map coming to life. Higher still, you see the landscape unfurl, rivers snaking across plains, mountains wrinkling the surface, coastlines meeting the sea. Keep ascending. Watch your country, then your continent, shrink beneath you. See the distinct shapes, the patches of green and brown, the clusters of light, indicating human presence. Now you see the majestic curve of the earth, a breathtaking sphere of blue, white and brown, against the black velvet of space. Feel a sense of awe at its beauty and fragility. But don't stop there. Pull back further. See the Earth diminish to a bright point, one planet among others orbiting a star we call the Sun. See the familiar planets of our solar system, each tracing its silent path. Zoom out again until our entire solar system is just one of countless points of light within the immense, swirling spiral of the Milky Way galaxy, containing billions upon billions of stars. Keep going. See our galaxy become just one among countless others, scattered like dust motes across unimaginable distances. Contemplate the sheer scale of the universe, the vast emptiness punctuated by these islands of light. Consider the equally staggering scale of time, the billions of years the cosmos existed before you were born, the billions that will likely unfold after you are gone. Float in this immensity for a moment. Why take this cosmic trip? The benefits of zooming out. This mental journey isn't just a fanciful visualization. It's a potent philosophical exercise with profound psychological benefits. Shrinking your troubles. From this cosmic vantage point, look back, metaphorically, at that tiny blue dot, Earth. Try to locate the continent, the country, the city where your life is unfolding. Consider the specific problem that felt so overwhelming just minutes ago. The work deadline, the argument, the financial worry, the social anxiety. How significant does it appear from this immense distance? As Marcus Aurelius urged himself, look down from above on the countless herds of men and their countless solemnities, and the infinitely varied voyagings in storms and calms, and the differences among those who are born, who live together, and who die. Seen against the backdrop of cosmic vastness, our most pressing personal dramas often shrink dramatically in importance, losing much of their power to torment us. Cultivating humility. It's easy to get caught up in our own narratives, to feel like our successes, failures, opinions, and desires are the center of the universe. The view from above provides a swift corrective. Seeing our planet as a mere speck and ourselves as infinitesimally smaller specks upon it powerfully counteracts ego and self-importance. It fosters a healthy sense of humility, reminding us that we are part of something vastly larger than ourselves. Fostering connection. Citizen of the cosmos, gazing back at Earth, You don't see the borders drawn on maps, the flags, the labels that divide us. You see one shared home for all humanity. You see billions of fellow beings going through their own brief lives, experiencing similar joys, sorrows, struggles, and aspirations. This perspective can dissolve feelings of isolation or tribalism, reinforcing the Stoic ideal of cosmopolitanism, recognizing ourselves as citizens of one interconnected world, fostering empathy and a sense of shared destiny, gaining perspective on time. Just as space dwarfs us, so does time. Contemplating the vast stretches of history, the rise and fall of empires, the countless generations that have lived and died before us, the deep future stretching ahead, puts our own lifespan and immediate concerns into perspective. That major setback or unforgettable triumph, in the grand sweep of time, it's a fleeting moment. This doesn't negate its reality, but it lessens its perceived permanence and ultimate weight. Appreciating order and interconnectedness, observing the silent, lawful movements of planets, stars, and galaxies can instill a sense of awe at the underlying order of the universe, what the Stoics called logos, or nature. Even without a mystical interpretation, appreciating the intricate systems, ecological, physical, social, that govern existence can help foster acceptance of events as part of a larger, interconnected pattern, reducing the feeling that chaos reigns or that misfortune is personally directed at us. Easing the fear of death, seeing individual lives as transient sparks within the immense backdrop of cosmic space and time, can subtly shift our perspective on mortality. If everything is impermanent on this grand scale, perhaps the end of one small life is less a unique tragedy and more a natural part of the cosmic flow. This perspective complements the practice of memento mori, remembering death, which we'll explore later. How to practice the view from above. A guided visualization. Ready to take the trip? Here's a step-by-step guide. Find calm. Choose a few minutes when you won't be interrupted. Sit comfortably. Close your eyes if it helps, and take a few deep breaths to settle your mind. Anchor locally. Start by visualizing your immediate surroundings, the details of the room, the sounds outside. Begin the ascent. Imagine yourself gently floating upwards. See the roof of your building, then your street, your neighborhood. Notice the patterns of houses, trees, cars. City region view. Rise higher. See the layout of your town or city. Identify familiar landmarks. Continue ascending until you see the broader landscape. Hills, fields, rivers, coastline. Continental global view. Keep rising. Watch continents take shape below. See the oceans, the swirling patterns of clouds. Perceive the earth as a whole, a vibrant sphere turning silently in space. Take a moment to appreciate its beauty. Solar system perspective. Now, pull your perspective back further. See the Earth shrink, becoming one of several planets orbiting the bright sun. Observe the other planets in their orbits. Feel the scale of our solar system. Galactic vista. Zoom out again, dramatically. See our sun become just one star among billions in the vast spiral structure of the Milky Way galaxy. Feel the immensity of this stellar city. Cosmic scale. Push your viewpoint even further out. See the Milky Way itself become one galaxy among countless others, stretching out in all directions across unimaginable distances. Contemplate the vast, dark emptiness and the scattered islands of light. Reflect on the immense age of the universe, the deep past, and the far future. Look back at humanity. From this ultimate vantage point, turn your awareness back towards that distant speck, Earth. Think about the teeming human activity, the countless herds Marcus spoke of. See the brief lives, the bustling cities like anthills, the dramas, conflicts, joys and sorrows playing out on that tiny stage. Locate in your mind's eye your own small life within this picture. Internalize the shift. Hold this vast perspective for a few moments. Notice how your personal worries, anxieties, or perhaps even your proudest achievements appear in this context. Feel the potential release from their perceived weight, urgency, or importance. Let a sense of humility and connection wash over you. Gentle return. Slowly, gently, bring your awareness back. Zoom back in through the galaxy, the solar system, back to Earth, your continent, your country, your city, your room. Open your eyes, but try to retain some of that expanded perspective as you re-engage with your immediate surroundings. Using the zoom out in daily life. You don't need to do the full visualization every time. Once you're familiar with it, you can use it as a mental shortcut. Quick perspective shift. In a moment of stress, frustration, or ego inflation, simply tell yourself, zoom out, and briefly evoke the feeling or image of that vast cosmic view. Reframing problems. Ask yourself, from the view from above, how significant is this issue? Will it matter in a month, a year, a century? Navigating conflict. When dealing with difficult people, try picturing both of you as tiny figures on a small planet. Can this foster a little more patience or understanding? Perspective, not paralysis. It's vital to remember that the view from above is not meant to induce nihilism, nothing matters, or escapism. Let me just float away from my problems. We still live our lives on this earth, with our specific responsibilities, relationships, and challenges. We still strive to act virtuously, make a positive difference, and engage fully with our circumstances. The purpose of the zoom out is to gain perspective. It helps us see the relative importance of things. It frees us from being crushed by anxieties that seem enormous up close, but are minuscule in the grand scheme. It detaches us from excessive ego and allows us to engage with life more calmly, more rationally, and with a greater sense of connection to the whole. It empowers us to act effectively within our sphere. Precisely because we are less burdened by an inflated sense of self-importance or overwhelmed by exaggerated fears. The view from above is a potent mental tool for expanding your horizons and finding peace. By regularly practicing this cosmic zoom out, you remind yourself of the vast reality in which your life unfolds, allowing you to navigate your small but significant part of it with greater wisdom, humility, and tranquility. Keep looking up and out. It brings profound calm back down to earth. Chapter 12. Taming the Beast. Stoic Approaches to Anger and Frustration. In our journey so far, we've equipped ourselves with powerful tools for shifting our perspective and maintaining equilibrium. We've learned to prepare for potential storms through negative visualization. Chapter 9. To hit the internal pause button in moments of sudden turmoil. Chapter 10. And to gain cosmic perspective through the view from above. Chapter 11. These practices help us build resilience and maintain calm by managing how we interpret and respond to life's challenges. Now let's turn our attention to a particularly fierce and destructive emotional storm that frequently lays siege to our inner citadels: anger and its close relative, frustration. Few emotions feel as powerful, as righteous, or as difficult to control. Anger can flare up in an instant. A perceived insult, an injustice witnessed, a plan gone awry, hijacking our reason and driving us to say or do things we later regret. Frustration simmers when our desires are blocked, leaving us feeling irritable, impatient, and powerless. How can the principles of Stoicism help us tame these fiery beasts within? Understanding anger. A short madness born of judgment. First, we need to understand what anger truly is according to the Stoics. They weren't naive. They recognized its power. Seneca the Younger, who wrote an entire treatise called On Anger, famously described it as a short madness, the most hideous and frenzied of all the emotions. He saw it not as a source of strength, but as a profound weakness, a temporary loss of our essential human faculty, reason. Crucially, the Stoics argued that anger, like other disruptive emotions, doesn't just happen to us uncontrollably in response to external events. Instead, it stems directly from our faulty judgments about those events. Anger typically arises from a specific sequence of beliefs. Judgment of harm or injustice. We judge that something negative has occurred. We've been slighted, treated unfairly, harmed, or had our expectations violated. Judgment of significance. We judge this harm or injustice to be significant, unacceptable, and worthy of distress. We take it personally and magnify its importance. Judgment of response. We judge that responding with anger, feeling outraged, desiring retribution, lashing out, or mentally replaying the offense is an appropriate or even necessary reaction. Notice the key role of judgment at each step. The external event itself, the critical comment, the mistake someone made, the traffic jam, is just raw data, an impression. It's our interpretation and evaluation of that data that ignites the fire. We judge the comment as a malicious attack, the mistake as unforgivable incompetence, the traffic jam as a personal affront designed to ruin our day. It is these judgments and our assent to them that constitute the anger itself. This perspective directly challenges the common notion that anger is an automatic, uncontrollable force, or that it's always justified or even necessary to fuel action against injustice. The Stoics argued that anger is fundamentally irrational, a product of mistaken thinking. Why anger is so destructive? Seneca and other Stoics were adamant that anger, far from being useful, is profoundly harmful. It obliterates reason. Anger acts like a blinding fog, preventing clear thought, objective assessment, and wise decision-making. When anger takes the helm, our inner commander, reason, is effectively overthrown, leaving impulse and volatility in charge. It's often disproportionate. The intensity of our anger frequently blows the actual harm received way out of proportion. Minor slights trigger major outrage. Small inconveniences feel like catastrophes. It damages the host. Anger takes a physical toll through stress hormones, increased blood pressure, and related health problems. Mentally, it consumes vast amounts of energy, replays negative scenarios endlessly, and destroys our inner peace. As Seneca noted, anger often hurts the angry person far more than the target of their anger. While anger is brewing, it is itself a punishment, he wrote. It corrodes relationships. Angry outbursts, harsh words spoken in the heat of the moment, simmering resentment. These are poisons to trust, intimacy, and cooperation. Actions taken in anger often require lengthy apologies and repair work, if repair is even possible. It's ineffective. While we might feel a temporary surge of power when angry, it rarely leads to constructive outcomes. Problems are better solved, conflicts better resolved, and justice better served through calm, rational, assertive communication, not through the chaotic energy of rage. Even in situations requiring discipline or confrontation, Seneca argued it should be done from calculation and duty, not from passion. Understanding frustration, blocked desires, faulty expectations. Frustration is anger's close cousin, often less intense but more pervasive. It's that feeling of irritation, impatience, or helplessness that arises when things don't go our way, when our desires are thwarted, our expectations aren't met, or progress is blocked. From a Stoic perspective, frustration is also rooted in faulty judgments, particularly those related to the dichotomy of control. We feel frustrated when we desire things outside our control. For example, wanting traffic to disappear, demanding technology work flawlessly, expecting other people to behave exactly as we wish. We judge the blockage or unmet expectation as unbearable, unfair, or terrible, rather than seeing it as an indifferent, though perhaps dispreferred, aspect of reality. Frustration is essentially the friction caused by our desires rubbing up against the immovable object of reality that lies outside our control. Taming the beasts. Stoic strategies in action. Okay, so anger and frustration stem from bad judgments and are harmful. How do we actually tame these beasts when they rear their heads? The Stoic Toolkit offers several practical strategies, many of which build directly on principles we've already learned. Deploy the pause button immediately. This is non-negotiable first aid, Chapter 10. The instant you feel anger or frustration rising, stop. Do not speak. Do not act. Breathe. Take several slow, deep breaths. Create that vital space between the trigger and your potential reaction. This is your first line of defense against emotional hijacking. Interrogate your judgments. Use the pause to activate your reason, Chapter 8, and challenge the thoughts fueling the emotion, Chapters 5 and 6. Ask yourself, what specific judgment is making me angry, frustrated? For example, they are intentionally disrespecting me. This delay is intolerable. Is this judgment objectively true and accurate? Or is it an exaggeration, an assumption, a worst-case scenario? Strip it bare. Could there be alternative explanations for the other person's behavior? Ignorance, stress, carelessness, different priorities, not necessarily malice. How significant is this harm or blockage really, in the grand scheme of things? Apply the view from above, Chapter 11. Is this situation truly unbearable, or just inconvenient, unpleasant, or different from my preference? Apply the dichotomy of control relentlessly. Remind yourself what is and isn't up to you. Chapter 4. Was the trigger event, the other person's words, actions, the traffic, the glitch, within my control? Almost certainly not. Mentally label it. External, not mine. This helps detach your peace from it. What is within my control right now? My interpretation, my assent to judgments, my choice of response, my actions aligned with virtue. Shift your entire focus and energy to this sphere. Delay your response, especially with anger. If possible, postpone any significant response or confrontation until you are completely calm. Seneca suggested waiting a day or longer. Time allows the emotional intensity to fade and reason to fully reassert command. Write that angry email if you must, but do not send it until you've reviewed it with a cool head. Cultivate empathy and understanding. Make a conscious effort to see the situation from the other person's perspective. Applying justice, Chapter 7. Why might they have acted that way? What pressures or limitations might they be facing? Assume ignorance or flawed judgment on their part before assuming malice directed at you. As Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, people do wrong out of ignorance of what is truly good and bad. This doesn't excuse harmful behavior, but understanding its likely roots can foster pity or patience instead of rage. Adjust your expectations, radical acceptance. Recognize that the world will not always conform to your preferences. Technology will glitch. People will make mistakes, act thoughtlessly, or have different opinions. Traffic will jam. Expecting perfection or constant smoothness is setting yourself up for perpetual frustration. Practice accepting reality as it is, especially the parts outside your control, rather than demanding it be different. Use negative visualization proactively. Regularly practicing premeditatio malorum, Chapter 9, for common annoyances or potential conflicts can significantly reduce your reactivity when they actually happen. You've already mentally rehearsed dealing with incompetent service, rude comments, or frustrating delays, making the real thing less jarring. Focus on your virtuous response. Ultimately, shift your goal away from changing the external situation or getting retribution and towards responding with virtue. Chapter 7. Ask, what is the wise, just, courageous, and temperate way to handle my part of this? This might involve calm communication, setting a firm boundary, patiently enduring, finding a constructive solution, or sometimes simply letting it go. Assertiveness, not aggression. It's crucial to understand that taming anger doesn't mean becoming a doormat. Stoicism values justice, which includes protecting yourself and standing up against genuine wrongs. The key difference lies in the how. Assertiveness is expressing your needs, opinions, or boundaries clearly, calmly, respectfully, and rationally, guided by reason and virtue. Aggression is attacking, blaming, insulting, or trying to dominate, typically fueled by anger and faulty judgments. Stoicism advocates for rational assertiveness when needed, but rejects corrosive aggression. Reclaiming your command. Anger and frustration are powerful forces, deeply ingrained human emotions often mistaken for strength. But the Stoics saw them clearly as short madnesses, temporary abdications of our reason, stemming from mistaken beliefs about the world and our place in it. By diligently applying the pause, challenging our judgments, remembering the dichotomy of control, cultivating empathy, adjusting expectations, and always aiming for a virtuous response, we can learn to tame these beasts. This isn't about never feeling irritation or annoyance. It's about preventing those initial sparks from erupting into consuming wildfires. It's about keeping reason firmly on the throne as the commander of your inner citadel, ensuring your actions align with your values, protecting your peace, and improving your interactions with the world. The practice requires vigilance and patience, but the reward, freedom from the tyranny of anger and frustration, is well worth the effort. Chapter 13. Embracing Reality. Amor Fati. Loving your fate. In our journey to build and defend the inner citadel, we've confronted external pressures and internal storms. We've learned to prepare for adversity through negative visualization, Chapter 9, to hit the pause button and choose response over reaction, Chapter 10, to gain perspective with the view from above, Chapter 11, and even to tame the fiery beasts of anger and frustration by understanding and correcting the judgments that fuel them, Chapter 12. These tools equip us to manage difficulty, to maintain calm, and to act virtuously. But the Stoics invite us to go even further. They propose a stance towards reality that moves beyond mere tolerance, beyond resigned acceptance, towards something far more radical and potentially transformative. Amor Fati. A Latin phrase meaning love of fate. This concept, while perhaps most famously articulated by the 19th century philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, has deep roots in Stoic thought, particularly in the writings of Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius. It represents the ultimate alignment with reality, the complete surrender of our resistance to what is. It's the practice of not just accepting everything that happens, especially those things outside our control, but actively welcoming it, affirming it, even loving it as an indispensable part of the unfolding tapestry of existence. Now, let's be honest. This sounds incredibly difficult, maybe even impossible or undesirable. Love your fate? Love the illness, the betrayal, the loss, the failure, the injustice. How can anyone do that? Isn't it more natural, more human, to resist pain, to fight against misfortune, to wish things were different? Amor fati might indeed be the highest peak in the Stoic mountain range, a challenging ascent, but understanding its rationale and striving towards it, even imperfectly, can unlock a profound and unshakable form of inner peace. Why on earth would we love fate? The Stoic rationale. Why advocate for such an seemingly extreme attitude? The Stoic reasoning is layered and deeply tied to the principles we've already explored. The end of suffering, ultimate acceptance. At its core, much of our psychological suffering comes from friction. The friction between our desires and reality, between how we want things to be and how they are. We suffer when we fight against what has happened, what is happening, or what might happen outside our control. Acceptance, as we learn through the dichotomy of control, reduces this friction. Amor fati aims to eliminate it entirely. If you can genuinely welcome or love whatever occurs, the internal battle ceases. There is no longer anything to resist, and therefore no grounds for turmoil rooted in that resistance. Trusting the rational cosmos, logos nature, the Stoics viewed the universe not as random chaos, but as an ordered, rational, interconnected whole. Chapter 3. They believed everything happens for a reason within this grand system, even if that reason isn't immediately apparent to our limited perspective. Every event, pleasant or painful, is a necessary thread in the fabric of existence. To wish a single event were different is, in effect, to wish the entire universe were different, an irrational desire. Amor fati stems from this trust in the underlying order. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to accept everything which happens, even if it seems disagreeable, because it leads to this, the health of the universe. Loving your fate means loving your part in this grand, rational unfolding. Every event is fuel for virtue. The obstacle is the way. This is perhaps the most empowering aspect. As we established in Chapter 7, the only true good is virtue, which lies entirely within our control. Our choice to respond with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. From this perspective, every external event, no matter how difficult, is simply raw material, an opportunity to practice and express these virtues. Amor fati means loving these opportunities. A challenging project isn't just a burden, it's a chance to practice perseverance, courage, and skill, wisdom. Unfair treatment isn't just an insult, it's a chance to practice forbearance, temperance, rational analysis, wisdom, and perhaps assertive justice. Loss isn't just pain, it's a chance to practice resilience, courage, and appreciate what remains, wisdom. Loving your fate means loving the specific circumstances life provides for you, to forge your character and live out your values. As Marcus famously wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Amor fati embraces the impediment as the path itself, freedom from if only. How much mental energy do we waste wishing the past were different, regretting choices, replaying painful memories, lamenting misfortunes? How much anxiety do we generate, fearing potential future calamities? Amor fati, by definition, accepts and affirms what is and what was. It short-circuits the cycle of regret and hypothetical worry. It anchors us firmly in the present reality, the only place where we can actually live and act, unlocking profound peace. Apatheia, when your well-being is no longer contingent on external circumstances matching your preferences. When you can genuinely welcome whatever life brings as necessary, as an opportunity for virtue or both, you achieve a state of profound inner tranquility, apatheia. The storms outside the citadel lose their power to disturb the peace within, because the commander within has chosen to see the storm itself as part of a necessary, even beautiful, order. What amor fati is not, because it's such a radical idea, it's easily misunderstood. Let's clarify what loving your fate does not mean. It's not passive resignation or pessimism. Amor fati isn't about shrugging your shoulders and giving up, thinking life sucks and then you die. It's an active, affirmative, even joyful stance towards reality. It's saying yes to life, with all its complexities and challenges. It's not masochism. It's not about seeking out or enjoying pain for its own sake. The Stoics preferred health over sickness, pleasure over pain. Amor fati loves the opportunity that pain or difficulty provides for demonstrating virtue, or accepts the pain as an unavoidable part of the larger whole it affirms. The focus is on the virtuous response, or the acceptance of necessity, not the suffering itself. It's not ignoring injustice or avoiding action. Loving the reality that injustice occurs doesn't mean condoning it or becoming passive. Justice is a core Stoic virtue. We should still work to correct injustice, alleviate suffering, and improve the world within our sphere of control. Amor fati simply means accepting the fact that challenges and imperfections exist as the arena within which we must act virtuously, rather than being emotionally destroyed by their existence. We love the chance to fight the good fight, even while accepting the current reality of the battlefield. Cultivating love for what is, practical steps towards amor fati. Loving your fate might seem like a superhuman feat, but like all Stoic practices, it can be cultivated gradually. Here are some steps to move towards this ideal. Master acceptance first. Before you can love fate, you must fully accept it. Double down on practicing the dichotomy of control, Chapter 4. Consistently identify what is outside your control and practice letting go of resistance towards it. Acceptance is the necessary foundation for amor fati. Reframe challenges as opportunities. Make it a habit, whenever faced with difficulty, setback, or discomfort, to consciously ask, what virtue can I practice here? How can this make me stronger, wiser, or more resilient? What lesson can I learn? What good can I bring to this situation through my response? Shift from seeing it as a problem to seeing it as training, as fuel for your character development. Contemplate interconnectedness and necessity. Reflect on how events, even difficult ones, are often interconnected in complex ways. Consider past hardships that, in retrospect, led to unexpected growth, opportunities, or strengths you wouldn't otherwise have. Use the view from above, Chapter 11, to appreciate the vast web of cause and effect. Cultivate a sense of trust, or at least a working hypothesis, that current difficulties might also be playing a necessary, if unseen, role. Practice gratitude for everything, even the hard stuff. Expand your gratitude practice beyond the obviously pleasant. Can you find something to be genuinely grateful for within or because of a difficult experience? Gratitude for the strength it forced you to find. Gratitude for the kindness shown by others during the hardship. Gratitude for the clarity it brought about what truly matters. Gratitude simply for the experience itself, as part of the richness of life. Use affirmations and mantras. When facing something difficult you cannot change, experiment with internally repeating phrases that affirm reality. This too is part of the whole. I accept and welcome this. This is necessary. This is fuel for my virtue. Amor fati. These phrases can help shift your mindset from resistance to affirmation. Observe nature's cycles. Spend time observing the natural world, the cycles of seasons, growth and decay, storms and calm. Nature embodies constant change and accepts hardship, like winter or drought, as part of its process. Reflecting on this can help us accept similar cycles and impermanence in our own lives. Amor fati in action, shifting the inner stance facing illness. Acceptance means acknowledging the diagnosis and its limitations. Amor fati goes further, embracing this reality as your path now, welcoming the unique opportunities it presents to practice courage, patience, gratitude for small things, perhaps deepening connections or reevaluating priorities. It's loving the life you have, illness included, as the arena for your virtue. Dealing with failure. Acceptance means acknowledging the outcome didn't match the goal. Amor fati means embracing the failure itself as a necessary teacher, loving the lessons it provides, welcoming the chance to demonstrate resilience by trying again or pivoting wisely, and accepting this specific experience as part of your unique life story. Experiencing loss. Acceptance means acknowledging the painful reality that someone or something is gone. Amor fati, perhaps the hardest application, involves accepting the entirety of that relationship, including its ending, as part of the beautiful, transient nature of existence. It means loving the person or thing so much that you affirm their whole existence, including their departure, as part of the fate you embrace.
Rolling menoiring nilela.
It also means embracing the opportunity grief provides for courage and deep reflection on value, an ideal to strive for. Let's be clear. Amor fati is an aspiration, a direction, not a switch you flip. It represents the pinnacle of Stoic emotional resilience and wisdom. Achieving it perfectly and consistently may be beyond most of us, but striving towards it, making even small shifts from resistance towards acceptance, and from acceptance towards active embrace, can profoundly reduce suffering and increase inner peace. Every time you catch yourself wishing things were different and gently redirect your mind towards accepting and even welcoming reality as it is. You are strengthening your inner citadel in the most fundamental way. You are learning to flow with the river of existence rather than constantly fighting the current. Amor fati is the ultimate declaration of inner freedom, the freedom to affirm and find value in your life, no matter what fate delivers. Chapter 14. Morning Fortification, Starting Your Day Stoically. In the last chapter, we explored the lofty and challenging ideal of amor fati, the practice of not just accepting, but actively loving whatever fate brings our way, seeing every event as necessary or as fuel for our virtue. It represents the pinnacle of aligning ourselves with reality, the ultimate expression of inner freedom found by surrendering resistance. Striving towards such a profound acceptance is a lifelong journey. But how do we sustain such efforts? How do we translate these powerful Stoic principles from the foundational dichotomy of control to the heights of amor fati into the fabric of our everyday lives? Philosophy, especially Stoicism, isn't meant to be just a set of interesting ideas to contemplate. It's intended as a practical guide for living, a toolkit to be used daily. The next few chapters focus on exactly that, weaving Stoic practices into your daily rhythm, ensuring your inner citadel isn't just built, but consistently maintained, reinforced, and ready for whatever the day may hold. And there is perhaps no more critical time for this reinforcement than the very start of the day. The morning offers a precious window, often a period of relative quiet before the demands, distractions, and potential frustrations of the world descend upon us. It's an opportunity to consciously set the tone, to prime your mind, to check the defenses of your inner citadel, and to align yourself with your values before stepping onto the battlefield of daily life. Think of it as your morning fortification, a deliberate practice to strengthen your resolve and prepare your inner commander, reason, for the day ahead. Many find that if you can win the morning by starting with intention and perspective, you significantly increase your chances of navigating the rest of the day with calm and purpose. Why bother with a Stoic morning? In our busy lives, adding another thing to the morning might seem daunting, but investing even a few minutes in a Stoic morning routine can yield significant returns. Proactive priming. Instead of waking up and immediately reacting to emails, news alerts, or social media feeds, which instantly pulls your focus outward and often triggers stress or comparison, you proactively prime your mind with principles that foster inner calm and resilience. Reinforcing reason. You consciously place your rational mind, your inner commander, Chapter 8, in charge before the day's emotional triggers and habitual reactions have a chance to take over. Setting virtuous intentions. You move beyond just planning what to do to considering how you want to do it, aligning your actions with your core values. Virtue, Chapter 7. Mental preparation. You anticipate potential challenges, using negative visualization, Chapter 9, and rehearse your desired Stoic response, making you less likely to be caught off guard or react poorly later. Establishing an anchor. This routine acts as a grounding anchor, connecting you to your principles and inner resources before the inevitable waves of the day begin to crash. Building your morning fortification. Key elements. A Stoic morning routine isn't a rigid, one-size-fits-all prescription. It's a flexible menu of practices you can choose from and adapt to your own schedule and preferences. The key is conscious intention. Here are some powerful elements you might incorporate. Wake with awareness, resist the phone. The first battle is often against the immediate urge to grab your smartphone. This instantly floods your mind with external stimuli, demands, and potential stressors, hijacking your attention before you've even centered yourself. Instead, try waking up a few minutes earlier if needed, and dedicate the very first moments to quiet awareness. Notice your breath. Feel gratitude simply for waking up to a new day. Contemplate your purpose. Reflect briefly on your fundamental role as a rational social being. Marcus Aurelius famously motivated himself out of bed by remembering his duty. I have to go to work as a human being. What do I have to complain of if I'm going to do what I was born for, the things I was brought into the world to do? Or is this what I was created for? To huddle under the blankets and stay warm. Remind yourself of your intention to contribute positively, even in small ways, and to live in accordance with your values. What kind of person do you want to be today? Review key Stoic principles. Quickly refresh your understanding of the core tools. Dichotomy of control. Mentally affirm, some things are up to me, my judgments, intentions, actions. Others are not, externals. Today, I will focus my energy only on what is up to me. Virtue as soul good. Remind yourself, my true well-being lies in acting with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. External outcomes are secondary. Objective perception. Set the intention. Today, I will strive to see events clearly, separating facts from my own judgments and interpretations. Brief negative visualization. Prepare for reality. Spend just 2 to 5 minutes contemplating potential challenges the day might realistically hold. Chapter 9. A difficult meeting? A frustrating commute? An annoying task? A potential disagreement? Briefly visualize facing it, not with dread, but with stoic resolve. Ask, how would I respond virtuously? What inner resources would I use? This mental rehearsal lessens the sting if these events occur and prepares your desired response. Anticipate imperfect people. Marcus's method. Steel yourself realistically for encountering difficult or unvirtuous behavior from others. Marcus did this brilliantly. Begin the morning by saying to yourself, I shall meet with the busybody, the ungrateful, arrogant, deceitful, envious, unsocial. All these things happen to them by reason of their ignorance of what is good and evil. I can neither be injured by any of them, for no one can fix on me what is ugly, nor can I be angry with my kinsman, nor hate him. This isn't pessimism. It's preparing yourself to respond with understanding, justice, and forbearance, temperance, rather than surprise and anger. Chapter 12. Recognizing their actions stem from their own flawed judgments. Resolve not to let their actions disturb your inner state. Set virtuous intentions beyond the to-do list. Your to-do list tells you what to accomplish. Your Stoic intentions guide how you want to accomplish it and how you want to be throughout the day. Formulate specific intentions related to the virtues. Today, I intend to listen patiently, even when I disagree. Temperance, justice. Today, I will tackle that difficult task I've been avoiding. Courage. Today, I will strive to give others the benefit of the doubt. Justice, wisdom. Today, I will focus on responding rationally rather than reacting emotionally. Wisdom, temperance. Practice active gratitude. Don't just passively hope you feel grateful. Consciously bring to mind specific things you appreciate. Your health, even if imperfect, your family or friends, your home, the food you'll eat, the ability to learn, the beauty of nature outside your window, the simple fact that you are alive and have another day to practice virtue. Gratitude is a powerful antidote to the negativity bias and fuels contentment. Consider physical readiness. While Stoicism focuses on the mind, the Stoics understood the body is the vessel for reason. Incorporating a few minutes of light stretching, mindful movement, or even just standing outside for fresh air can help clear your head and prepare you physically for the day. Supporting your mental fortitude. Treat your body with care as a preferred indifferent. Crafting your personal routine. Remember, this is a buffet, not a mandatory checklist. Pick and choose the elements that resonate most with you and fit realistically into your morning. Start small. Even 5 minutes dedicated to one or two of these practices is far better than none. You can always expand later. Be consistent. Aim for regularity. Doing a short routine consistently builds the mental muscles more effectively than occasional long sessions. Find your space. If possible, find a quiet spot where you can reflect without immediate distraction. Experiment. Try different combinations or timings to see what feels most grounding and empowering for you. Journaling some of these reflections might also be helpful, which we'll discuss more in the next chapter. The payoff. An anchored start. Investing these few minutes in morning fortification provides a powerful anchor. You begin the day centered, connected to your values, aware of your sphere of control, and mentally prepared for potential difficulties. Instead of being immediately swept away by the first wave of emails or demands, you start from a place of inner strength, from within your citadel. You've reminded your inner commander, reason, of its duties and checked the defenses. While challenges will still arise, you'll be far better equipped to meet them with the calm, clarity, and resilience you've been cultivating. This morning routine isn't just another task to check off. It's a vital act of self-governance, a practical commitment to living your philosophy. It's how you ensure the principles we've discussed don't remain abstract ideas, but become the lived reality of your day. So, fortify your mornings and watch how it strengthens your days. Chapter 15. The Evening Review, Stoic Journaling and Reflection. In the last chapter, we discuss the morning fortification, the crucial practice of starting your day with Stoic intention, priming your mind, reviewing key principles, and preparing yourself for potential challenges before stepping onto the daily battlefield. This proactive approach sets a resilient and purposeful tone, anchoring you in your values from the outset. But just as a diligent commander prepares their troops before battle, they also conduct a thorough debrief afterward. How did the day actually unfold? Where did our strategy succeed? Where did our defenses falter? What lessons were learned under fire? To truly integrate Stoicism into our lives and ensure continuous growth, we need a complementary practice at the end of the day: the evening review. This is our chance to reflect on our actions, assess our performance against our values, learn from our experiences, and consciously reinforce the principles we aim to live by. Often, this takes the form of Stoic journaling or structured self-reflection. Why look back? The power of the evening review. After a long day, the temptation might be to simply switch off, distract ourselves, and forget about it all until tomorrow. But dedicating even a few minutes to a structured evening review offers immense benefits for strengthening your inner citadel. Honest self-assessment. It provides a dedicated time to measure the day's actions against the intentions set in the morning and the ultimate benchmark of virtue. Chapter 7. Did I live up to my values today? Where did I succeed, and where did I fall short? Transforming experience into wisdom. Life constantly throws experiences at us. Without reflection, they often wash over us without yielding lasting lessons. The evening review turns raw experience, 2, both positive and negative, into practical wisdom by analyzing our responses and their underlying judgments. Reinforcing Stoic principles. Actively applying concepts like the dichotomy of control, Chapter 4, objective perception, Chapter 6, managing impressions, Chapter 5, and taming anger, Chapter 12, to real events from your day makes these ideas less abstract and more deeply ingrained. It's like practicing scales versus playing a real piece of music. Building self-awareness. Regularly reviewing your reactions, triggers, and habitual thought patterns helps you understand yourself better. You start to see patterns. I tend to get frustrated when X happens. Or, I successfully paused before reacting in Y situation. This awareness is key to making conscious changes. Processing the day instead of letting unresolved frustrations, anxieties, or regrets fester overnight. The review offers a chance to rationally analyze and digest them. Understanding why you felt a certain way by examining the judgments can often dissipate the emotional charge, informing tomorrow's intentions. The insights gained from reviewing today directly inform how you can approach tomorrow more effectively. Identifying where you struggled allows you to set more targeted intentions during your next morning fortification. Cultivating gratitude. Ending the day by consciously acknowledging positive moments, lessons learned, or things to be thankful for helps counteract negativity bias and fosters a sense of contentment before sleep. The tradition of Stoic self-reflection. This practice of daily review has deep roots in Stoicism. Seneca the Younger explicitly described his own evening routine. When the light has been removed and my wife has fallen silent, I examine my entire day and go back over what I've done and said, hiding nothing from myself, passing nothing by. Epictetus constantly urged his students towards rigorous self-examination. And Marcus Aurelius's Meditations reads very much like a personal philosophical journal, filled with self-reminders, analyses of his own shortcomings, and applications of Stoic principles to his daily challenges as emperor. Crucially, this isn't mere diary keeping, simply recording events, nor is it aimless venting or self-pity. Stoic journaling or reflection is a targeted philosophical exercise. Its purpose is ethical development, character refinement, and the practical application of wisdom to become more resilient, virtuous, and serene. Guiding your review. Key questions to ask. To make your evening review effective, it helps to structure it around specific questions. These are inspired by the kinds of inquiries Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus likely posed to themselves. You don't need to answer every single one every night, but they provide a powerful framework. Thanks. What went well today in terms of virtue? Where did I act in accordance with wisdom, justice, courage, or temperance? Be specific, e.g., I remained calm during that difficult phone call. I spoke honestly but kindly. I finished the task despite wanting to procrastinate. When did I successfully implement a Stoic technique? E.g., I paused before responding to that email. I recognized an external event was outside my control and accepted it. I saw that situation objectively without adding negative spin. Acknowledging these successes isn't about ego, it's about reinforcing what works and recognizing your progress. Where did I fall short today? When did my actions contradict my values or intentions? For example, I spoke impatiently. I avoided a necessary confrontation out of fear. I indulged excessively. When did I react impulsively instead of responding thoughtfully? What was the trigger? Did I misapply the dichotomy of control? Wasting energy worrying about things I couldn't influence. Neglecting things I could control, like my judgments. Were there times my perception was clouded by negative or inaccurate judgments? Crucially, what specific judgments led to these unvirtuous actions or negative emotions? For example, I judged their comment as an attack, which led to my defensive reaction. I judged the task as overwhelming, which led to procrastination. Approach this with honest self-assessment, but frame it as identifying areas for improvement, not reasons for harsh self-criticism. What events triggered strong emotions, positive or negative? Identify key moments of anger, frustration, anxiety, fear, but also perhaps excessive attachment or elation. Analyze the trigger, the impression, and dissect the underlying judgments that fueled the emotion. Was the judgment rational and proportionate? Was the resulting emotion helpful or harmful? Was my behavioral response virtuous? What did I learn today? What insights did I gain about myself, my patterns, my triggers? What did I learn about dealing with others or navigating specific situations? How did today's experiences deepen my understanding or application of Stoic principles? How can I improve tomorrow? Based on today's review, what specific actionable steps can I take tomorrow? For example, tomorrow I will consciously practice pausing when I feel interrupted. I will challenge the judgment that X is unbearable. I will focus on listening more actively in meetings. This creates concrete intentions for your next morning fortification. What am I grateful for today? End the review by shifting focus to gratitude. What small or large things went well? What kindness did you receive or witness? What basic necessities do you appreciate? What lessons, even difficult ones, are you thankful for? Ending on this note promotes contentment and perspective. Making the practice work for you, practical tips. Consistency over length. A focused 5 to 15-minute review done consistently each evening is far more effective than sporadic, hour-long sessions. Make it a sustainable habit. Choose your format. Find what suits you. A dedicated physical journal feels substantial for some. Others prefer a digital document or app. Some may even find focused mental reflection sufficient, though the act of writing often forces greater clarity and honesty. There's no single right way. Focus on analysis, not just reporting. Remember the goal. Don't just list what happened. Analyze why you responded as you did, applying the Stoic lens: judgments, control, virtue. Ask why repeatedly. Be honest, be kind. Rigorous honesty is required for genuine self-assessment. But avoid beating yourself up. View mistakes as data points for learning, not evidence of inherent failure. Treat yourself with the same understanding and encouragement you might offer a friend trying to improve. Keep it private. This practice is for your eyes only. This frees you to be completely candid without worrying about how it might look to others. The virtuous cycle, connecting morning and evening. When practiced together, the morning fortification and the evening review create a powerful feedback loop for growth. The morning routine sets clear intentions based on your values and insights from previous reviews. You prepare for the day with purpose. The day's experiences provide the real-world testing ground for these intentions and principles. The evening review analyzes how you navigated those experiences, comparing actions to intentions, identifying successes and failures, and extracting lessons. These lessons learned then directly inform and refine the intentions you set the next morning. This continuous cycle of intention, action, reflection, refined intention is how Stoicism moves from being a philosophy you read about to a philosophy you live. Your daily debrief for inner strength, the evening review, whether through journaling or structured reflection, is not a chore, but an investment in your own character and tranquility. It's the vital process of self-awareness, accountability, and continuous learning that keeps your inner citadel strong, adaptable, and increasingly resilient. It ensures that each day, win or lose in external terms, becomes a valuable step on the path towards greater wisdom and inner peace. Embrace this practice of daily reflection. It is the cornerstone of a consciously lived Stoic life. Chapter 16. Remember your mortality. Memento mori for clarity. In the last two chapters, we established the vital rhythm of Stoic daily practice, the morning fortification to set our intentions and prepare our minds. Chapter 14, and the evening review to assess our actions, learn from experiences, and refine our approach. Chapter 15. These routines act like the regular maintenance schedule for our inner citadel, ensuring its walls remain strong and its commander, reason, stays vigilant through the continuous cycle of intention, action, and reflection. Now, we turn to another powerful, perspective-altering contemplation, one that the Stoics considered not morbid, but essential for living a life of meaning and virtue. Memento mori, the Latin injunction to remember you must die. In many modern cultures, death is a taboo subject, something to be avoided, denied, or sanitized. We often live as if we have infinite time, chasing distractions, postponing important actions, and getting bogged down in trivialities. The Stoics, however, along with many other wisdom traditions, saw this denial as a fundamental error, a source of much anxiety and misplaced priorities. They believed that consciously, calmly, moments and deep breathing and knowing. The Stoics saw this denial as a fundamental evil, a source of much anxiety and misplaced priorities. And regularly contemplating our own mortality is not depressing, but profoundly clarifying and life-affirming. It's a stark reminder that serves as a powerful lens through which to view our choices, our values, and the preciousness of the present moment. Why dwell on death, the life-enhancing power of memento mori? Why would remembering our inevitable end be beneficial? How can contemplating mortality possibly strengthen our inner citadel? The Stoic perspective reveals several profound advantages. Sharpening priorities. Nothing cuts through the clutter of trivial concerns like the awareness of limited time. When you remember that your life is finite, the question immediately arises, am I spending this irreplaceable time on what truly matters? Suddenly, petty grievances, mindless distractions, chasing status symbols, or procrastinating on meaningful work seem far less important. Memento mori acts like a filter, helping you distinguish the essential from the non-essential, guiding you to invest your energy in actions aligned with virtue and genuine purpose. As Marcus Aurelius starkly put it, you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. Inspiring constructive urgency. Recognizing that our time isn't guaranteed combats complacency and procrastination. It motivates us not with frantic anxiety, but with a purposeful urgency to live fully now? Why postpone expressing gratitude or love? Why delay starting that important project? Why wait to practice kindness or courage? Memento Mori encourages us to seize the day, not in a hedonistic sense, but by acting on our values and pursuing meaningful goals while we have the chance. Deepening appreciation for life. Paradoxically, remembering death enhances our appreciation for life. Knowing that this breath, this conversation, this meal, this walk in the park is a temporary gift makes it far more precious. Like negative visualization, Chapter 9, it combats taking things for granted, but with the ultimate finitude in view. Each moment becomes more vibrant, each experience more valuable, when seen against the backdrop of its inevitable end. Reducing the fear of death. While it might seem counterintuitive, regularly contemplating death as a natural, inevitable part of the cosmic order, chapters 3 and 11, can actually lessen its sting. Fear often thrives on the unknown and the avoided. By calmly familiarizing ourselves with the idea of our own end, by accepting it as part of nature rather than a unique catastrophe, we can diminish the terror it holds over us. The Stoics aimed not for immortality, but for living well within the time allotted, facing the end with the same equanimity they sought in life. Fostering humility and connection. Death is the great equalizer. Regardless of wealth, status, or achievement, we all share the same ultimate fate. Remembering this fosters humility, cutting through ego and self-importance. It also connects us to all of humanity, past, present, and future, highlighting our shared condition and potentially increasing empathy, linking to the view from above, Chapter 11. Encouraging courage. If you can come to terms with the ultimate worst-case scenario, your own death, by accepting it as natural and outside your ultimate control, only the manner of your death might involve virtue, then lesser fears often lose their power. Facing social disapproval, financial risk, or physical discomfort seems less daunting when viewed against the backdrop of mortality. It can free you to take necessary risks in pursuit of virtue, dissolving pettiness. How much time and energy do we waste on holding grudges, nursing resentments, or engaging in trivial conflicts? Memento Mori provides powerful perspective. Is this argument really worth spending my limited time on? Is this resentment really how I want to use my precious energy? Often, the answer becomes a clear no, encouraging forgiveness, letting go, and focusing on nurturing positive relationships. This isn't morbidity, it's clarity. It's essential to distinguish memento mori from a morbid or unhealthy obsession with death. The Stoic practice is not about dwelling on decay, fostering depression, or becoming paralyzed by fear. Quite the opposite. It is a life-affirming tool. The focus is not on the state of being dead, but on how the awareness of impending death can radically improve the quality of our life right now. It's designed to wake us up from the slumber of triviality and inspire us to live with intention, appreciation, and virtue. Weaving memento mori into your life, gentle practices. Integrating this awareness doesn't require dramatic gestures. It can be woven gently and consistently into your daily life. Subtle reminders. Find a tangible or digital cue. Historically, people use skull imagery, vanitas art, but you might choose something less overt. A specific smooth stone in your pocket, a particular coin, a subtle app notification, a meaningful image as your phone wallpaper. Let it be a quiet prompt. Remember, time is finite. Live accordingly. Integrate into routines. Add a brief memento mori reflection to your morning fortification. Chapter 14, or Evening Review, Chapter 15. Ask, knowing my time is limited, what is most important today? Or, did I use my finite time well today, in service of virtue? Contemplate transience. As you go about your day, occasionally pause to notice the impermanent nature of things around you. The changing seasons, a flower wilting, even the flow of traffic. Extend this awareness to your own experiences and relationships, not with sadness, but with appreciation for their current presence. The last time framing. When facing a decision or interacting with someone, occasionally ask, gently, not obsessively, if this were the last time I did this, or the last time I saw this person, how would I act? What would truly matter? This can clarify priorities and encourage more mindful, virtuous engagement. Engage with wisdom on mortality. Read thoughtful works. Philosophy, Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus. Poetry, literature, spiritual texts that grapple with the themes of life, death, and meaning. Reflecting on how others have contemplated mortality can deepen your own understanding. Mindful visits, optional. For some, a quiet, respectful walk through a cemetery can be a powerful reminder of shared mortality and the continuity of life, fostering perspective rather than fear. Approach it as a place of contemplation, not morbid curiosity. Gratitude for time itself. Extend your gratitude practice beyond specific things or people to include gratitude for the time you have. This hour, this day, this phase of life. Recognize time as your most precious, non-renewable resource. Memento mori in action. Shifting priorities. Feeling stuck procrastinating on a meaningful goal? The memento mori reminder, time is running out, can provide the jolt of urgency needed to begin. Holding on to anger over a past slight? Reflecting on mortality, is this worth my limited time and energy? Can facilitate letting go and forgiveness. Overwhelmed by social media comparisons or status anxiety? Remembering everyone shares the same fate. Death equalizes all. Can diminish the power of these external pressures. Taking a loved one for granted during a busy period? A memento mori thought, our time together is precious and finite, can prompt a call, a kind word, or focused attention. Clarity through the ultimate lens. Memento mori is not a depressing thought. It's a clarifying lens. It strips away the non-essential, illuminates what truly matters, and motivates us to live more fully, more virtuously, and more appreciatively now. It transforms the abstract concept of time into a tangible, precious resource. By gently but consistently remembering our mortality, we paradoxically free ourselves from the fear of death and the tyranny of triviality, allowing us to engage with life from a place of profound clarity, purpose, and gratitude. It's a cornerstone practice for anyone seeking to build an inner citadel strong enough to withstand not just daily annoyances, but the fundamental truths of human existence. Don't shy away from this reminder. Embrace it as your guide to a life well lived. Chapter 17. Mindful Attention, the Practice of Prosoche. In the last chapter, we confronted the profound and clarifying practice of memento mori, remembering our mortality to sharpen our priorities, deepen our appreciation for life, and motivate us to live virtuously in the time we have. This awareness gives us powerful perspective on the what and why of a well-lived life. But how do we translate that perspective, along with all the other Stoic principles we've learned, into effective action in the chaotic flow of the present moment? Knowing intellectually that we should be virtuous, rational, and accepting is one thing. Actually doing it when faced with immediate triggers, distractions, or emotional surges is quite another. This requires a specific mental skill, a state of being that the Stoics considered absolutely essential: prosoche. Prosoche is a Greek term that translates roughly to attention, vigilance, mindfulness, or presence of mind. It was heavily emphasized by teachers like Epictetus, who saw it as the fundamental requirement for making progress on the Stoic path. It means paying continuous, careful attention to our own inner world, specifically to the judgments we are making, the impressions we are assenting to, the intentions we are forming, and the actions we are taking, right here, right now. It's about keeping your inner commander, reason, awake, alert, and actively on duty at the helm of your inner citadel. Why attention is the cornerstone? Why did the Stoics place such emphasis on prosoche? Because without it, the entire Stoic system remains theoretical, unable to be effectively applied when needed most. Attention is the crucial ingredient that activates the toolkit, the prerequisite for conscious choice. All the tools we've discussed, applying the dichotomy of control, pausing before reacting, examining impressions, choosing virtue, seeing things objectively, require you to first notice what's happening in your mind and in the situation as it occurs. If you're operating on autopilot, lost in thought, or swept away by emotion, you won't even realize the opportunity or necessity to apply these principles exists until it's too late. Prosoche is the state of awareness that makes conscious choice possible. Real-time gatekeeping. Remember the gatekeeper metaphor from Chapter 5? Prosoche is that gatekeeper in its active, vigilant state. It's the constant monitoring necessary to catch potentially harmful impressions and judgments at the threshold of the mind, allowing you to examine them, using reason, before granting them assent and letting them disturb your inner peace. Without attention, the gates are unguarded, and reactive thoughts and emotions can storm the citadel freely. Keeping reason in command. Attention is what keeps your rational faculty, Chapter 8, engaged and in charge. Distraction, emotional hijacking, and habitual reactions constantly threaten to sideline reason. Prosoche is the effort to maintain focus, to keep the commander alert, and steering the ship according to the compass of virtue. Chapter 7. Rather than being pushed off course by every passing wave or internal impulse, living intentionally. How often do we reach the end of a day or even an hour and realize our actions were scattered, reactive, and disconnected from our deeper values or the intentions we set in the morning? Chapter 14. Prosoke is the practice of bringing awareness to our actions as we perform them, ensuring they align with our chosen principles and goals, leading to a more coherent and purposefully lived life. Experiencing life fully. While Memento Mori, Chapter 16, highlights the preciousness of the present moment due to life's finitude, Prosoke is the practice of actually inhabiting that present moment. By paying attention, we experience our lives more richly, appreciate simple moments more deeply, and engage with the world and others more genuinely, rather than being constantly lost in thoughts about the past or future. How Stoic Prosoke differs from other mindfulness. The concept of mindful attention isn't unique to Stoicism. It's central to many contemplative traditions, perhaps most notably Buddhism. While there are significant overlaps, both emphasize non-judgmental awareness of thoughts, feelings, and sensations as they arise. There's a distinct flavor to Stoic Prosoke, the ethical focus. While some mindfulness practices might aim for general awareness, stress reduction, or insight into the nature of mind, Stoic Prosoke has an explicitly ethical purpose. The attention is primarily directed towards monitoring one's own judgments and actions specifically as they relate to living virtuously and maintaining rational self-command according to Stoic principles. It's less about passively observing all mental content and more about vigilantly overseeing the moral quality of one's inner life and outward behavior. Are my judgments accurate and rational? Are my actions just, courageous, temperate, wise? The goal, eudaimonia. The ultimate aim of Prosoke isn't solely stress reduction or detached observation, though these can be beneficial side effects. The goal is to enable the application of reason and virtue in every moment to achieve eudaimonia, the flourishing, well-lived human life. Attention serves this overarching ethical objective. It's the means by which we actively shape our character and navigate the world according to Stoic ideals. The modern challenge, the battle for attention, cultivating sustained attention, Prosoke, has always been challenging due to the mind's natural tendency to wander. But in our modern world, the difficulty is amplified exponentially. We live in an environment seemingly designed to fracture our focus. Constant notifications, endless streams of information, the pressure to multitask, algorithmically optimized distractions, available 24/7, as we lamented back in Chapter 1. It's incredibly easy to slip into autopilot mode, reacting habitually, scrolling mindlessly, and losing touch with our own intentions and inner state. Prosoke is therefore more crucial and more challenging than ever. It requires a conscious counter-effort against the tide of distraction. Cultivating Prosoke, training your attention muscle. Like any skill, attention can be trained. Here are practical ways to strengthen your prosoche. Formal mindfulness practice. Attention training. While the focus of Stoic attention is ethical, the basic skill of paying attention can be trained using standard mindfulness techniques. Short daily sessions, 5 to 15 minutes, focusing on the breath, bodily sensations, or sounds, and gently bringing the mind back whenever it wanders, builds the fundamental capacity for sustained, non-reactive awareness. Think of this as going to the attention gym. Intentional check-ins. Set periodic reminders throughout your day, perhaps using a subtle phone alert or associating it with regular events like finishing a task or getting a drink. When the reminder occurs, take just 30 seconds to check in. What am I thinking right now? What judgments am I making? Am I present in this moment? Are my current actions aligned with my morning intentions or core values? Practice single tasking. Make a deliberate effort to resist multitasking. When working on a task, work only on that task. Close unnecessary tabs and turn off notifications. When eating, just eat. Pay attention to the food's taste and texture. When talking with someone, give them your full attention. This trains your mind to focus deeply. Mindful transitions. Pay attention during the gaps in your day, walking down the hallway, waiting for the elevator, commuting, standing in line. Instead of automatically pulling out your phone, use these moments to notice your surroundings, your breath, or your current thoughts and feelings. Bring awareness to these often unconscious moments. Body scan awareness. Briefly scan your body for physical sensations several times a day. Where do you feel tension? What is your posture like? Are you clenching your jaw? Physical sensations are always in the present moment and can anchor your attention. They can also provide early warnings of emotional reactions building up. Reflective pauses. Intentionally build short pauses into your day, building on the pause button from Chapter 10, not just when triggered, but proactively. Stop for a minute between meetings or tasks. Take a few deep breaths. Notice your mental state and consciously recenter your attention on your purpose or the task ahead. Mindful routine activities. Choose one or two routine daily activities like brushing your teeth, washing dishes, making coffee, and commit to doing them with full attention each time. Focus completely on the physical sensations, the movements, the sounds, gently bringing your mind back when it wanders. This integrates attention practice into existing habits. Prosoche in action. Living attentively. In a stressful meeting, prosoche means noticing your rising anxiety, impression, identifying the judgment. I might say something stupid. Questioning that judgment. Reason. Focusing on the speaker, justice, and choosing your contributions wisely. During a tedious task, prosoche means noticing the urge to procrastinate or seek distraction, acknowledging the feeling of boredom without judging it harshly, and gently but firmly bringing your focus back to the task at hand, perhaps finding small points of interest within it. Courage, temperance. In conversation, prosoche means truly listening to understand the other person, while simultaneously being aware of your own assumptions, biases, and the intention behind your own words, striving for a just and wise exchange. The vigilant life. Achieving a state of perfect, unbroken prosoche is likely impossible for most humans. Our minds wander. That's their nature. The Stoic practice isn't about never losing focus. It's about the ongoing effort to pay attention, the commitment to noticing when the mind has drifted, and the gentle but firm act of bringing it back again and again. It's about striving to live more consciously, more deliberately, more presently. Prosoche is the lifeblood of practical Stoicism. It's the vigilant awareness that allows you to catch yourself before you assent to a harmful judgment, before you react impulsively, before you drift away from your values. It's the operating system that needs to be running for all the other Stoic software, principles, and techniques to function effectively. By training your attention, you empower your inner commander, strengthen the defenses of your citadel, and take conscious control of the only thing truly yours, your own mind and choices. Cultivate this mindful vigilance. It is the key to transforming Stoic knowledge into a lived reality. Chapter 18. Navigating the Noise. Stoicism in the Digital Age. In the last chapter, we explored the vital practice of prosoche, the mindful attention or vigilance required to bring Stoic principles to life in each present moment. It's the skill of keeping our inner commander, reason, awake and on duty, enabling us to examine our judgments, choose our responses, and act in accordance with virtue amidst the flow of daily life. Cultivating this attention is perhaps more critical and more challenging today than ever before, largely due to an environment the ancient Stoics could never have imagined: the digital world. While Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius contended with gossip, political intrigue, plagues, and wars, they never faced the incessant ping of smartphone notifications, the curated envy factories of social media, the 24/7 news cycle designed to provoke outrage, or the algorithmic manipulation of attention that defines so much of modern existence. How can this ancient philosophy, born in the marketplaces of Athens and the corridors of Rome, possibly help us navigate the overwhelming digital noise of the 21st century? Remarkably well, it turns out. The core principles of Stoicism offer a powerful and desperately needed framework for maintaining our inner citadel amidst the unique pressures of the digital age. The modern battlefield, digitized. Let's revisit the modern battlefield we discussed back in Chapter 1, but look specifically at how digital technology intensifies the siege on our tranquility. Information overload on steroids. The sheer volume of information available is unprecedented. News alerts, emails, Slack messages, social media feeds, endless articles and videos. It's a fire hose aimed directly at our consciousness, making it incredibly difficult to discern what's important, what's true, and what's just noise. This constant deluge exhausts our cognitive resources and fuels anxiety. The attention economy's assault. Our attention, prosoche, is the target. Platforms and apps are often explicitly designed using sophisticated psychological techniques to capture and hold our focus for as long as possible, frequently fragmenting our concentration and undermining our ability to think deeply or engage fully with the real world. Notifications are engineered interruptions, constantly pulling us away from our intended focus. The comparison engine. Social media often presents highly curated, idealized versions of other people's lives. This constant exposure can trigger feelings of inadequacy, envy, and dissatisfaction with our own reality, anchoring our self-worth to external validation. Likes, comments, follower counts. Precisely the indifference the Stoics warned against basing our happiness on. Outrage as a business model. Algorithms have learned that content provoking strong emotions, especially anger and outrage, often drives engagement. This means we are frequently served content designed to make us angry, fearful, or divided, directly undermining our emotional equilibrium and rational judgment. Chapter 12. The erosion of boundaries. Constant connectivity via smartphones and laptops blurs the lines between work and leisure, public and private. We feel pressure to be always available, always responsive, preventing true rest and reflection, and allowing external demands to constantly intrude upon our inner space. FOMO, fear of missing out. Seeing a constant stream of others' apparent activities and successes can create anxiety about missing out, leading to compulsive checking and difficulty finding contentment in our own present circumstances. This digital environment, if navigated unconsciously, acts as a direct counterforce to the Stoic project. It distracts our attention, inflames negative emotions, anchors our happiness to externals, and undermines our rational command center. Building and maintaining an inner citadel requires actively resisting these forces. Deploying the Stoic toolkit online. Fortunately, the core principles of Stoicism provide exactly the weapons and defenses we need. The dichotomy of control, Chapter 4, is your digital filter. This is paramount. Recognize what's not up to you online. The algorithms, what others post or say, platform designs, news events, how many likes your post gets. Wasting energy being angry at these things is futile. Focus exclusively on what is up to you. Your usage habits, when, where, how long, what information you choose to consume, who you follow or engage with, your interpretation, judgments of what you see, your online comments and responses, whether your notifications are on or off, your decision to log off. This is your sphere of power in the digital realm. Examine digital impressions and judgments, chapters 5 and 6. Treat online stimuli like any other impression. That notification, just information appearing. That provocative headline, just words arranged in a certain way. That curated vacation photo, just pixels on a screen. Pause before assenting to the judgments often attached. This requires my immediate attention. This news is terrifying. Their life is perfect and mine is lacking. Apply objective perception. Ask, is this interpretation true? Is it helpful? Is it based on the full reality or a manipulated snippet? Let virtue guide your clicks and keystrokes. Chapter 7. Wisdom. Use technology purposefully. Seek knowledge. Foster genuine connection. Solve problems. Discern valuable information from clickbait or outrage fuel. Recognize when digital engagement is productive versus when it's detrimental. Justice. Treat people online with the same fairness and respect you, ideally, would offline. Avoid spreading gossip, participating in pile-ons, or using dehumanizing language. Consider the impact of your online words and actions. Share credit where it's due. Courage. Dare to disconnect. Resist the fear of missing out. Set boundaries around your availability. Unfollow accounts that consistently degrade your peace of mind. Speak truthfully and constructively online when appropriate, even if unpopular. Block harassment. Temperance. Practice moderation in your consumption. Set limits on screen time. Avoid compulsive checking. Control the desire for likes and shares as external validation. Be mindful of digital junk food. Keep reason in command. Don't let algorithms or emotional contagion dictate your online experience. Use your rational faculty to evaluate information critically. Question sources. Recognize logical fallacies in online arguments. Manage the emotional responses triggered by provocative content. Pause, examine judgments. Make conscious choices about your digital habits based on reason and your values. Practical strategies for digital fortification. Knowing the principles is essential. Applying them requires concrete strategies. Curate your digital diet. Be as intentional about your information consumption as you are about your food. Ruthlessly unfollow, mute, or block accounts, pages, or news sources that consistently leave you feeling angry, anxious, envious, or inadequate. Actively seek out sources that are informative, rational, and constructive. Ask before consuming, is this likely to nourish my mind or poison my peace? Silence the sirens, notifications. Turn off all non-essential notifications on your phone and computer. Badge alerts, banners, sounds, disable them. Constant pings are engineered to hijack your attention. Prosoche. Instead, schedule specific times to check email, messages, or social media. Move from reactive checking to intentional engagement. Establish digital boundaries. Create clear rules for yourself. Examples: no phones in the bedroom, no screens during meals. Designate specific tech-free times each day or week. Set timers for social media use. Establish clear expectations with work about availability outside of hours. Reclaim your offline life. Consume mindfully. When you do engage online, do it consciously. Ask why you are opening that app or clicking that link. Pay attention to how different types of content make you feel. Practice single tasking. Read an article fully before clicking elsewhere. Watch a video without simultaneously scrolling. Resist the endless scroll. Decide beforehand how long you'll engage or what you're looking for. Practice digital detox or negative visualization. Briefly contemplate the negative effects of excessive or mindless tech use. Lost time, fractured attention, negative emotions. To strengthen your motivation for moderation. Occasionally imagine a day or weekend completely offline. What would you do? This can increase appreciation for real-world experiences. Implement the online pause, Chapter 10. Before you post, comment, share, or even hit like, especially if feeling emotional. Pause. Take a breath. Ask, is this true? Is it kind, or at least just? Is it necessary? Does it align with my values, virtue? Will it contribute positively, or just add to the noise negativity? Many regrettable online interactions can be avoided with this simple pause. Remember the human. Treat the avatar or username on the other side of the screen as a fellow human being, likely flawed and struggling just like you. Apply the principles of justice and empathy. Avoid language you wouldn't use face-to-face. Resist the urge to join online mobs. Prioritize real-world virtue and connection. Remember that likes, shares, and online arguments are ultimately indifference. Focus the bulk of your energy on cultivating virtue, pursuing meaningful goals, and nurturing relationships in the physical world. A well-lived life is built offline, though technology can sometimes support it. Mastering the tool, not being mastered by it. Stoicism isn't about rejecting technology wholesale. Like wealth or health, technology isn't indifferent. Its value lies entirely in how we use it. Used wisely, it can be a powerful tool for learning, connection, and positive action. Used mindlessly or reactively, it becomes a significant threat to our tranquility, reason, and virtue. The goal is intentional usage. It's about becoming the conscious master of these powerful tools, ensuring they serve our goals and align with our values, rather than allowing them, or the algorithms behind them, to dictate our attention, emotions, and behavior. The digital noise is loud, the distractions are many, but the principles of Stoicism provide a timeless operating system for navigating this modern battlefield. By diligently applying the dichotomy of control, examining our digital judgments, letting virtue be our guide, keeping reason in command, cultivating mindful attention, prosoche, and implementing practical boundaries, we can protect our inner citadel and harness the digital world for good, rather than letting it erode our peace. Chapter 19. Dealing with difficult people the Stoic way. In the last chapter, we applied our Stoic toolkit to the unique challenges of the digital age, learning to navigate the noise, distraction, and emotional triggers of our hyper-connected world with greater intention and tranquility. We saw how principles like the dichotomy of control, examining judgments, and mindful attention, prosoche, can help us master the tools rather than being mastered by them. Now, we turn our focus from the digital realm to the often even more challenging interpersonal realm. Let's face it, few things disturb our inner peace more reliably than dealing with people we find difficult, frustrating, unfair, unreasonable, or simply annoying. Whether it's a demanding boss, a critical family member, an unreliable colleague, a grumpy neighbor, or even just a stranger acting rudely, these interactions can easily breach the walls of our inner citadel, leaving us feeling angry, hurt, stressed, or resentful. How can Stoicism help us navigate these inevitable encounters without losing our cool, compromising our values, or sacrificing our hard-won tranquility? Just as with the digital world, the ancient wisdom provides a remarkably effective framework for managing ourselves when faced with challenging human behavior. Dealing with difficult people becomes less a source of misery and more a prime opportunity to practice and strengthen our Stoic resolve. The Stoic starting point. Why do they act that way? Before diving into strategies, let's establish the fundamental Stoic perspective on why people act poorly. As Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself, and as we touched upon when preparing for the day in Chapter 14, people generally do wrong, act unjustly, unkindly, selfishly, foolishly, out of ignorance. They lack wisdom. They have flawed judgments about what is truly good, bad, and indifferent. They are operating according to their own distorted perception of reality, pursuing perceived goods like power, pleasure, or validation, or avoiding perceived evils like discomfort or criticism based on mistaken beliefs. Epictetus put it bluntly: as a dog is trained to fawn on anyone that throws him a crust, people are trained to fawn on those that feed their vices. They are often driven by fear, insecurity, greed, or simply ingrained bad habits stemming from faulty reasoning. Understanding this doesn't mean excusing harmful behavior or pretending it doesn't cause problems. It means shifting our initial reaction away from taking it purely personally, "How dare they treat me like this?" towards a more objective, even compassionate understanding. They are acting this way because they are mistaken about what truly matters or how to achieve it. This perspective immediately lessens the emotional sting. It fosters pity, patience, or forbearance, rather than automatic rage or deep personal offense. It allows our reason, Chapter 8, to engage with the cause of the behavior, rather than just reacting emotionally to the behavior itself. Your sphere of control, and theirs. This understanding leads directly back to our cornerstone principle, the dichotomy of control. Chapter 4. Let's apply it relentlessly to interpersonal conflict. Not up to us. The other person's thoughts, beliefs, opinions, feelings, words, actions, character, motivations, or level of wisdom. We simply cannot control these things. Up to us, our own thoughts, beliefs, opinions, feelings, specifically our assent to judgments that fuel them, words, actions, character, motivations, and level of wisdom. How much frustration, anger, and wasted energy comes from trying to force someone else to think, feel, or act differently, from demanding they see things our way, admit they're wrong, or change their fundamental nature. The Stoic recognizes the futility of this. Our power lies entirely in managing our side of the interaction. Our perceptions, judgments, emotional responses, and actions. This is where we must focus our attention and effort. Examining your judgments about difficulty. When we label someone as difficult, what's really going on? Often, our judgment is less an objective assessment of them and more a reflection of our own unmet expectations, triggered insecurities, or rigid perspectives. Chapter 6. Before reacting to someone's challenging behavior, turn the lens inward. Challenge the label. Is this person always difficult in every situation? Or just in this context? Or just towards me? Is difficult the most accurate and objective description? Or am I layering on my frustration? Identify your underlying judgments. What specific thoughts are fueling my negative reaction? They are doing this deliberately to hurt, annoy me. Is this definitely true or an assumption? Their behavior is completely unacceptable or unbearable. Is it truly unbearable or just highly unpleasant and contrary to my preferences? They should know better. Act differently. This reflects my expectation, not necessarily reality or their capability. This is unfair, perhaps, but is focusing on the unfairness, external, helping me respond virtuously, internal? Separate action from interpretation. Distinguish the objective behavior, what they actually said or did, the impression, from your story about it, your judgment. He interrupted me 3 times. Fact versus he's arrogant and doesn't respect me. Interpretation, judgment. Focusing on the facts allows for a more rational response. Stoic strategies for grace under pressure. Armed with this understanding and self-awareness, we can deploy specific Stoic strategies when interacting with challenging individuals. Hit the pause button, Chapter 10. This is your first and most crucial move when feeling provoked, criticized, or frustrated. Stop. Breathe deeply. Create that space between their action and your reaction. This prevents impulsive words or deeds you'll regret and allows your reason to come online. Seek to understand, not necessarily agree. Engage your sense of justice and wisdom. Chapter 7. Instead of immediately judging or counterattacking, try to understand why they might be acting this way. What might their perspective be? What pressures are they under? What fears or flawed beliefs might be driving them? Asking clarifying questions. Can you help me understand why you see it that way? Can de-escalate conflict and sometimes reveal misunderstandings. Remember, understanding doesn't equal agreement or condoning. Focus relentlessly on your own virtue. Chapter 7. This is your true north. Regardless of how poorly they behave, your primary concern is your response. Ask yourself, what is the wise response here? Is engagement necessary? What approach is most constructive? What are the likely consequences of different responses? What does justice require of me? Treating them fairly, even if they aren't? Listening respectfully. Fulfilling my own role, duty in the situation. What does courage demand? Setting a necessary boundary? Speaking truth calmly? Admitting my part if I've erred? Enduring their negativity patiently. What does temperance call for? Managing my own anger, frustration? Responding proportionately? Avoiding inflammatory language. Your goal is not to win the interaction or change them, but to act with integrity according to your own values. Consider strategic disengagement. Not every battle needs to be fought. If an interaction is consistently toxic, unproductive, or emotionally draining despite your best Stoic efforts, recognize that withdrawing might be the wisest and most temperate course. This could mean politely ending a conversation, limiting future contact, or mentally choosing not to engage with their provocations. It's not giving up, It's conserving your resources for battles worth fighting, primarily the one within yourself. Lower your expectations, embrace reality. Accept that some people will be difficult based on their current level of wisdom and character development, which is outside your control. Stop wishing they were different. Interact with them based on the reality of who they consistently show themselves to be. This radical acceptance, a form of amor fati for others' natures, chapter 13, significantly reduces frustration as your expectations are aligned with reality. Reframe as training. See encounters with difficult people not merely as afflictions, but as valuable opportunities provided by fate to hone your Stoic skills. This person is giving you a chance to practice patience, temperance, empathy, justice, clear communication, wisdom, and emotional regulation, courage, temperance. Thank them silently for the workout. Remember your shared humanity and flaws. Recall your own imperfections. Haven't you been difficult, unreasonable, or unkind at times? Remembering our shared human fallibility and shared mortality, chapter 16, fosters humility, reduces self-righteous anger, and makes it easier to extend forbearance to others. Setting boundaries the Stoic way, accepting others' behavior, doesn't mean tolerating abuse or allowing your boundaries to be constantly violated. Setting boundaries is often an act of justice, protecting your own well-being and responsibilities and wisdom. The key is to do it stoically, calmly and clearly. State your boundary without anger or excessive emotion. Respectfully. Avoid blaming, insulting, or attacking their character. Firmly. Be clear about the limit and the consequence if it's crossed. Focus on your needs/limits. Frame it around what you need or are unwilling to do, rather than what they should or shouldn't do. E.g., I need to focus on this task right now, so I can't chat. Or, I feel uncomfortable when the conversation turns to gossip, so I'm going to step away. Rather than you're always distracting me, or you shouldn't gossip. Sometimes, less is more. Occasionally, the most effective Stoic strategy, especially with individuals who seem determined to provoke or drain energy, is simply minimal engagement. Fulfill your necessary duties towards them, justice. Maintain basic politeness, temperance. But mentally refuse to let their negativity, opinions, or behavior penetrate your inner citadel. Let it be like water off a duck's back. External noise that doesn't disturb your inner calm because you choose not to assent to judgments about it. Your citadel, your response dealing with difficult people, is an unavoidable part of the human condition, and therefore an essential training ground for any aspiring Stoic. It constantly tests our ability to apply the dichotomy of control, examine our judgments, manage our emotions, and act virtuously. By approaching these interactions not as personal attacks, but as opportunities to practice, understanding others' likely ignorance, focusing resolutely on our own response, employing reason and virtue, and setting boundaries wisely, we can navigate even the most challenging interpersonal dynamics without losing our inner peace. The behavior of others is outside the gates. How we respond from within our citadel is entirely up to us. Chapter 20. Living Your Stoicism, the Lifelong Journey to Tranquility. In our last chapter, we navigated the often treacherous terrain of interpersonal relationships, applying our Stoic principles to the challenge of dealing with difficult people. We learned that by understanding the likely roots of their behavior in ignorance, focusing resolutely on our own sphere of control, examining our judgments, and choosing a virtuous response, we can maintain our inner peace even amidst conflict or frustration. This ability to manage ourselves in the face of external challenges is a testament to the strength we've been building throughout this journey. And what a journey it has been! We began by acknowledging the modern battlefield, Chapter 1, the pervasive stress, distraction, and noise that constantly lay siege to our calm. Feeling the need for refuge, we discovered the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, Chapter 2, an ancient philosophy offering practical tools for building an unshakable inner fortress. We studied the Architect's Plan, Chapter 3, understanding the core tenets of living according to nature, both cosmic and human, the supreme importance of our own reason as the guiding faculty, and the radical idea of virtue as the sole true good. We grasped the master key, the dichotomy of control, Chapter 4, learning the liberating power of distinguishing what is truly up to us from what is not. From there, we began construction. We learned to stand guard at the gates of our mind, carefully examining impressions and choosing whether to grant assent to the judgments attached to them. Chapter 5. We practiced stripping away those subjective judgments to see reality more clearly and objectively. Chapter 6. We oriented ourselves by the true north of virtue, wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance, making it the unwavering guide for our choices. Chapter 7. All under the command of reason. Chapter 8. We then moved into advanced training, equipping ourselves with powerful techniques, preparing for adversity through negative visualization, Chapter 9. Mastering the crucial pause button to choose response over reaction, Chapter 10. Gaining perspective with the view from above, Chapter 11. Taming the fiery beasts of anger and frustration, Chapter 12. And striving towards the profound acceptance of amor fati, the love of our fate, Chapter 13. Finally, we focused on integrating these principles into the fabric of daily life through consistent practice, fortifying our minds each morning, Chapter 14, reviewing our progress each evening, Chapter 15, remembering our mortality to clarify priorities, Memento Mori, Chapter 16, cultivating moment-to-moment mindful attention, Prosoche, Chapter 17, and applying our toolkit to the specific modern challenges of the digital age, Chapter 18. And difficult people, Chapter 19. Each chapter, each concept, each technique has been another stone laid, another wall reinforced, another watchtower erected in the construction of your inner citadel. A path, not a place. The lifelong practice, As we reach the end of this book, it's crucial to understand one final, vital point. Building your inner citadel, living as a Stoic, is not about reaching a final destination. There is no point at which you graduate from Stoicism, no certificate of perfect tranquility to hang on the wall. Stoicism is not a state you achieve once and for all. It is a lifelong practice, an ongoing journey of striving, learning, applying, stumbling, reflecting, and recommitting. Think of it like physical fitness. You don't go to the gym for a few months, get strong, and then stop exercising forever, expecting to maintain that strength. It requires consistent, ongoing effort. Similarly, maintaining your inner citadel requires the consistent, ongoing practice of applying Stoic principles in the face of life's relentless challenges. There will be days when you feel perfectly calm and rational, when you navigate difficulties with grace and wisdom. There will also be days when you react impulsively, when you assent to faulty judgments, when you let anger get the better of you, when you forget the dichotomy of control entirely. This is not failure. It is simply part of the human condition and part of the learning process. The Stoic path calls for patience and self-compassion. When you stumble, and you will, don't engage in harsh self-criticism. Instead, apply Stoic principles to yourself. Observe what happened objectively. Chapter 6. Analyze the judgments that led you astray. Chapter 15. Remind yourself that mistakes are opportunities for learning. Chapter 13. Forgive yourself. Justice, resolve to do better, courage, wisdom, and gently recommit to the practice. The goal isn't unattainable perfection. It's progress, resilience, and the unwavering effort to live virtuously and rationally, day by day. Remember, the struggle itself, the striving towards virtue, is where the value lies. The strength you carry within. As you continue this practice, feel the growing strength of the citadel you have built within you. Recognize its defining characteristics. Security. It possesses walls built from the understanding of what truly can and cannot harm you. External events, the opinions of others, fortune's ups and downs, these remain outside, unable to breach your core peace, because you know they are indifference, and you control the gate of ascent. Clarity. Within the citadel, the light of reason shines. You strive to see situations objectively, free from the fog of distorting judgments and reactive emotions. Your commander is vigilant, analyzing information and guiding decisions wisely. Integrity. The heart of the citadel lies the unwavering compass of virtue. Your actions are increasingly guided by a commitment to wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance, providing a stable inner foundation regardless of external pressures. Resilience. The citadel is prepared for storms. Through practices like negative visualization and amor fati, it has developed the capacity to withstand shocks, adapt to change, and even find opportunity in adversity. It bends without breaking. Peace. Ultimately, the citadel is a sanctuary of inner calm, apatheia, not an empty numbness, but a deep tranquility born from acceptance, rational understanding, and virtuous living. It's a peace that is accessible even when the world outside is chaotic, because its source is internal. This fortress is not located in some distant land. It is within you. You built it with your own effort, through study, reflection, and practice. You carry it with you everywhere you go. It is your inviolable refuge, your source of strength, your center of calm in the storm. Beyond the self, engaging with the world, while much of our focus has been on building inner resilience and peace, Stoicism is not a philosophy of navel-gazing or withdrawal from the world. Remember the virtue of justice and the Stoic ideal of cosmopolitanism, recognizing ourselves as citizens of the world, interconnected with all humanity. A strong inner citadel doesn't isolate us. It empowers us to engage with the world more effectively, compassionately, and courageously. When we are not constantly buffeted by our own emotions or anxieties, we have more resources available to contribute positively. We can act from a place of principle and reason, rather than fear or reactivity. We can face injustice with courage, offer help with generosity, lead with wisdom, and interact with others, even difficult ones, with greater fairness and understanding. Your inner strength becomes a resource not just for yourself, but potentially for the common good. Continuing your Stoic journey, this book has aimed to provide you with a map and a toolkit. The journey itself, however, is yours to walk. How can you continue to learn and deepen your practice? Revisit and reflect. Return to the chapters and concepts that resonated most, or those you found most challenging. Deeper understanding often comes with repeated exposure and reflection. Engage with the sources. Consider reading the original Stoic texts yourself. Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, Epictetus's Discourses and Enchiridion, Seneca's Letters and Essays. Engaging directly with their wisdom can be incredibly powerful. Practice consistently. The key is integrating these ideas into your daily life. Maintain your morning fortification and evening review. Consciously practice the pause. Examine your judgments. Remember memento mori. Cultivate prosoche. Consistency is everything. Find community. Optional. Some people find it helpful to discuss Stoic ideas with others, whether through informal friendships, book clubs, or online groups dedicated to Stoicism. Sharing insights and challenges can be encouraging, but beware of dogma. Above all, be patient and persistent. Remember that you possess the fundamental tool required: your own mind, your capacity for reason and choice. The power to build and maintain your inner peace lies within you, your citadel, your life. Imagine living with a growing sense of inner calm, less disturbed by external events or the actions of others. Imagine facing challenges not with panic or despair, but with clarity, courage, and a focus on virtuous action. Imagine feeling a deeper appreciation for the present moment, guided by clear values and connected to your own inner strength. This is the promise of Stoicism, not as a magical cure-all, but as a practical, rational, and empowering philosophy for navigating the complexities of human existence. The path won't always be easy. The modern battlefield will continue to present challenges. But you now possess the blueprint, the tools, and the understanding to construct and defend your inner citadel. Keep practicing, keep reflecting, keep striving towards virtue. Embrace the lifelong journey. Find strength in your reason, and build a sanctuary within yourself where you can always find peace, resilience, and the freedom to live well, no matter what life brings. Your citadel awaits.